See if we can get some audio. Let's see if the audio is working. Let's run the introduction. Looks to be working nice. Hey, Zimba. Tim Curry as Gabriel Knight. This is why the new version can never replace the old one. Sound quality, I know. Oh, Michael Dorn. The DOS ages, indeed. Goofy, is this the opening credits or the closing credits? This is the opening credits. Some of the audio issues might be DOSBox acting up a bit. I don't know. We'll see. Here we go. Oh, man, this is nostalgic. Day 1. I dreamt of blood upon the shore of ice that spoke of sin. The lake was smooth and deep and black, as was her scented skin. Deep.
I bet. Just a minute. It lives, I see. Do you want to speak with Lolita? I'm sorry, but Gabriel is allowed. Oh, I mean, he's out. Yeah, if he ever comes back, I'll tell him. You know, you could do better.
Coffee.
I know I don't know you, but you could do better.
Oh, the delayed audio.
Good morning. The phone's been ringing off the hook all morning. Let me know when you want your messages.
Yeah.
Gee, you're lively. Did you have another nightmare last night?
Sort of.
I told you it's that voodoo book you're researching. That stuff can seriously screw up your karma.
I'm sure that's it. Maybe I should write a horror novel on passive resistance instead.
So don't sleep. It's your body. Anyway, your handheld tape recorder came today.
Really? Great.
Handheld tape recorder. This is the high-tech stuff.
I can't wait to see what human rights you violate with this one.
I can't wait to violate them. For example, if you would just let me...
And I located some local voodoo references for you. Dixieland Drugstore and the Historical Museum of Voodoo. Both are right here in French Quarter.
How would I ever manage without you?
You? Give me a break. The devil himself couldn't change you.
Well, if the devil had great legs, perhaps, like yours.
And a riveting personality, I'm sure. Well, if you need any more research done, just ask. It's not as though we're swamped with customers.
I remember this being one of the first CD games I had, actually. Because I think I actually started out playing this from a disc version, and we didn't have any no audio or no voice acting. Then you got the CD version. It's amazing. And those old Sierra games actually has a score.
Gabriel is carrying nothing.
Oh yeah, man, nostalgia. The narrator. All right, I think first of all let's get some more of that coffee.
My kidney's already floating, thanks.
Weakling. This woman sounds like the lady from King of Queens. Leah Remini, it's her! Yeah, they had actual collaboration with Hollywood for this. Very ambitious. Okay, so let's start out. I think I remember.
Today's newspaper is on the counter.
Let's get that newspaper.
Times-Picayune, dated June 18, 1993. The front page has an article about the voodoo murders. The article says that the victims are all identified as members of the underworld. The general public of New Orleans is in no danger. Police claim the so-called voodoo trappings found at the crime scenes are fake, a scare tactic, and that the murders are not associated with any genuine practitioners. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day. Potential storms ahead. Proceed with caution and do not get involved with anything new at this time.
Right.
Right. Ah. That reward sound. So awesome. Okay. Well, I can already see some items that we're probably gonna want.
The magnifying glass is a handy item for reading old manuscripts or the fine print on Gabriel's lease.
What's that?
There's a pair of tweezers on the counter. Grace uses them for book repair work.
Cool. Tell me if the audio is off, by the way. I hope it's decently balanced, but...
Mind if I borrow the magnifying glass?
No, Sherlock. Just bring it back when we get the next estate shipment.
No problem.
School.
I'm gonna take the tweezers for a bit.
Good. You're beginning to look a little scruffy.
Just trying to make you feel at home.
Alright. What is this place?
Gabriel plans to turn the balcony into a schmaltzy cafe. If he ever gets the cash.
Oh yeah, He's the owner of a like antique bookstore. It's always a nice start for murder mystery, right? So that's our coat.
Dramatic, isn't it? Gabriel didn't eat for 3 weeks after splurging on that coat. He has a thing for black leather.
I love her accent. Okay.
Don't mind if I do.
Gabriel, behave. What's this?
Gabriel looks at the cash register, checking for cobwebs.
Cobwebs. Okay.
Gabriel opens the cash register to examine the take. Or, in the case of St. George Books, the mistake. The cash register contains about $20 in small bills and change.
Grab it.
Gabriel, that's all the change money I have. Touch it, and you could kiss your hand goodbye.
Would I do that to you?
It's a gift certificate left over from yet another dismal failure of a promotion.
Right.
I trust you can live without this old gift certificate.
Knock yourself out.
It's an ashtray. 3 snakes in a skull. Gabriel's father painted it.
What a wacky, offbeat kind of guy Daddy was.
Right. Oh yeah.
Move that wall of ice? Good luck.
Good luck.
Like I haven't tried.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna use the open. Alright.
I don't even want to think about what you mean.
Sure. Okay, where the heck? There we go. Dialogue.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Oh yeah. So good. Ask about voodoo.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
I didn't know much of anything about it until you started researching it for your book. Now I know that it's active in the city. There's that shop and museum. It can clearly be dangerous in the wrong hands. You should be careful investigating it.
Do you know anything else about voodoo?
I've told you all I know. Sorry I can't be more help.
Tell me more about voodoo. Voodoo murders, that sounds...
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Just what I read in the paper, same as you.
New Orleans.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Well, I've only been here 2 months, but I love it. It's so much more alive than any place I've been. It feels like anything's possible here.
Daggarbs, is he ruggedly handsome or laid back cool? I'm not sure. I don't know. Don't know. I'm the wrong person to judge that kind of thing, I think. Voodoo murders. More about the voodoo murders.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
You won't get far questioning me about it, Sherlock.
Well, you're the first character I can interact with. Come on. New Orleans. Tell me more.
What else can you tell me about New Orleans?
You're the native. Don't ask me.
Oh, Christ. Herself.
Tell me about yourself, Grace.
Yeah, right, Knight.
I mean it.
What do you want to know?
Amadeus is like an angsty James Dean brawny man. Yeah, I think so. And is that bedhead or blow-dry styling? I think we'll get the answer then actually if we go into the bedroom, so we're gonna do that soon. How come we haven't gone out yet?
How come we haven't gone out yet?
I'm still waiting around for that lobotomy. As soon as I get it, I'll let you know.
Ouch. Burn.
How do you like working at St. George's Books?
Well, it's not exactly a huge intellectual challenge. Although the math in your record books could confuse Einstein. Still, I love old books, and it's a nice way to pay the bills while I explore the city for a summer. If you ever pay me, that is.
Whoops.
What do you do after work?
Well, I either go to my oil painting class or my Tai Chi. You know that.
Tai Chi.
You know, you can go overboard with this improving yourself stuff. You don't want to alienate us mere mortals.
I suppose I should just allow my mind and body to atrophy.
Works for me.
Nice.
How old are you?
Old enough to know about men like you.
We're not getting anywhere with her. Which means she wants us.
Just tell me anything at all.
I just got my master's in history and classics. My folks wanted me to go on right away for my PhD, but 18 years of school was enough. I needed a break.
Just tell me anything at all.
I came to New Orleans because I'd read so much about it, and I thought, spending a few months here would clear my head.
Well, we can continue to press her.
Just tell me anything at all.
I've always wanted to do something really adventurous, you know? Something real life. I'm sick of libraries and lecture halls.
I think we have an opening.
Just tell me anything at all.
My folks are traditional Japanese.
Oh.
I don't even remember Japan myself. I was 3 when we came to the States.
You're Japanese. Yeah.
Just tell me anything at all.
I've been studying Tai Chi for 10 years. It's a very spiritual discipline. I'm sure discipline of any sort isn't something that would appeal to you, Gabriel.
Just tell me anything at all.
My folks want me to get married to a boy back east, Mark Kobayashi. His parents are traditional Japanese too. I might eventually, but right now...
Just tell me anything at all.
I came to New Orleans because I'd read so much about it, and I thought,
She's repeating
spending
herself.
a few months here would clear my head.
Alright. Nothing, I guess.
Nothing, I guess. Never mind.
Suit yourself.
Messages. You said
Do you have messages for me?
Dana called, and Susie left a message about a lawsuit.
Toss 'em.
Okie dokie. There's more when you want 'em.
More messages.
Do you have more messages for me?
Your grandmother called.
I keep meaning to get over there. What does she say? Did she sound good?
She sounded great, and we had a nice little chat about you.
Grace.
Don't worry. I didn't go into detail about your cardinal sins. Not that anything about you could surprise her. She adores you anyway.
She's my girl.
But she said to remind you to stop by and go through your father's things.
Okay.
Stop by and go through your father's things. More messages.
Do you have more messages for me?
Here's a strange one. You got a call from someone named Wolfgang Ritter. He said he was calling from Germany. He told me it was urgent, maybe you should give him a call.
Call Germany. Like hell. If it's really important, he'll call back.
Well, fine. Let's just hope he's not with the German lottery for pitiful American authors.
Oh yeah, we're an author too, of course. That's why we're researching the voodoo murders. Now I remember.
Do you have more messages for me?
Your friend Detective Mosley called. Talkative, isn't he?
Especially with you. What do you want?
He left an interesting message. He told me to tell you that his mother's maiden name is Humphrey. Oh, that's Humprey.
Fascinating.
And that he left some photos for you at the station, at the front desk.
It's about time.
Gabriel, those photos wouldn't have anything to do with the voodoo murders, would they?
Now, why would you say something like that?
Because I know you. You're getting privileged information, aren't you? Did you tell him you'd put him in your new voodoo book?
A writer has certain obligation to his readers, you know.
Gabriel, you know you'll never put him in your book. Your main character is a female orthodontist. You're gonna be reincarnated as a pit bull if you keep screwing with your karma.
As long as it's a male pit bull with a really big...
That's enough. Thanks. Anyway, that's all the messages. Thank God.
Thank God, yes. It was getting a bit awkward there. Request research.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Bit strange. Right. Cool, so we got some leads. So yeah, I guess they had to compress that pretty hard back in the days to get it to fit on one CD. There's a lot of dialogue in this game.
The top shelf contains a set of German books that once belonged to Gabriel's grandfather. That shelf holds used copies of the Dime Strife series, secrets of unsolved ancient UFO mysteries and such. They just leap out the door. That shelf holds used copies. They just leap. The top shelf contains books on animals, including snakes and other reptiles. That shelf contains historical references, biographies of kings and queens, that sort of thing.
Just research me anything at all. Yeah. I think even the secretary was starting to catch on that we were desperate there.
Under the window are reference books, dictionaries, foreign language dictionaries, quotation books, and others. Gabriel borrows them often when he's writing. The books on that top shelf include mysteries and other pulp novels from the 50s and 60s.
Why aren't we selling? What the hell? Okay. Let's go check out that theory about the blow-dry styling. So I saw some screenshots of the new version of this game and it just looked completely, I don't know, soulless, I would say. Unfortunately. So, I think this is a good opportunity to play it. As it was. Also, yeah, I should probably mention, if you're interested in this game, if you haven't played it, Good Old Games is actually having a sale right now. At least for 2 more hours or so. I think you can pick this game up for like €1, €1.50 or something like that. So that might be something. Mardi Gras.
A poster on the wall advertises Mardi Gras, the biggest party of the year in New Orleans. It's Gabriel's bed, unmade as usual.
Of course.
Gabriel's robe hangs on the wall. It's a bit hot for it in June, though.
June?
The dresser holds a meager supply of underwear and 38 pairs of mismatched socks.
Okay, what's that?
There's a flashlight on the dresser. This building's wiring leaves a lot to be desired.
Flashlight has to be useful.
I might need a flashlight.
What's an arrow? I don't know.
Jeans and t-shirts.
Did I say arrow?
Jeans and t-shirts.
Seems like we have one style of dress.
Gabriel's bedroom is also his office, his studio, and library. A little cold bubbly and brie cheese is about all Gabriel's fridge ever has in it. Bills from last Christmas gather dust on the door.
No, he said euro. It's a momentous day, though. What? I've never before heard you pronounce a word in a way that I don't think any native English speaker would pronounce it. Oh, really? So how the hell do you pronounce it? We don't have it in Sweden, fortunately.
The medicine cabinet contains a few old prescriptions, personal hygiene stuff, and lots of hair products, including some hair gel.
Hair gel. Hair gel? I think that answers our question.
I'll take this hair gel. You never know.
Oh, when you need a touch-up, yeah. What's that?
The desk phone is cheap, but functional.
I think I normally say euro. Did I say arrow? I don't know. Hair gel!
The jar contains frou-frou hair gel.
Better use it. Get a touch-up. Oh, we can open it.
Gabriel doesn't want to open that jar until he's ready to use the hair gel. It will get all over everything.
Well, maybe I slipped.
Several dozen books, including a few of Gabriel's novels, occupy the shelves above his desk.
Right.
Mardi Gras mementos left by some female or other.
Oh.
The wastebasket overflows with crumpled pages of mediocre glory. The typewriter is beginning to accumulate cobwebs.
It's time we used it.
If I threw that stuff away, it weren't worth reading.
If Gabriel picked up a pencil, he might actually have to write something.
That's too bad, right?
The typewriter is too heavy to lug round.
Right.
Writer's block.
Writer's block, okay. Still have quite a bit of audio bugs, but we'll have to bear with it.
The typewriter is...
No.
Should I feel guilty?
No.
Nah.
Goofy. Well, it just shows you how boring your accent is for us. You talk more like I do than Gabriel Knight does. Well, that's nice to know. That Cambridge tuition was not for naught.
Another month of missing my mortgage, I'll be pushing those pencils on the street.
On the street. Alright. I think we understand Gabriel's situation now. He's in deep shit. Is there anything else we can get? I don't think so.
I'm out of here. Try not to sell out the store while I'm gone.
Don't hurry back on my account.
No, I just have a Cambridge certificate in English, so didn't study there. Alright. New Orleans map. Let's go pick up those photographs. Napoleon House. Cathedral. Of course we have a motorcycle.
The official steel of the New Orleans Police Department highlights the tile floor.
Apparently you need to be able to actually speak English to get those certificates, huh? I don't know.
Gabriel is standing in the lobby of his friend Mosley's precinct. It smells like a cross between a hospital and brewery.
Cross between a hospital and a brewery, that sounds nice. Okay, let's totally just walk in here.
No one goes back there until I say so, mister.
Sorry.
Sorry. Tag ours, otherwise how do you ask one? Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Just push a $100 bill across the counter.
The desk sergeant looked like a poster boy for heart disease. 30 extra pounds between his armpits and his belt, and a complexion of consistency of grey oatmeal. In other words, a typical product of good southern cooking.
Poster boy for heart disease. Wow.
Hey, nice precinct.
Think so? That's peachy. That means more to me than you could know. Hey, it's a beignet guy.
Great, I'm starved.
Okay, I can't do anything. This would be a good time to sneak past.
Stay put, you. Hey, grab me 3, would ya?
Sure.
Oh, didn't give me a chance.
Thanks.
Bastard. Okay. Let's just talk to him.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
I don't know, hopefully nothing. Voodoo murders?
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
I'm not allowed to give out information on police cases.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
I'll tell you, I'm glad as hell it's not in Mardi Gras. If it weren't for that 1 month a year, being a cop in New Orleans would be a real pleasure. As it is, I'd rather stick behind this desk.
Right. Tell me about yourself.
Tell me about yourself.
A little bit too deep
Who,
voice.
me? I'm the Desk Sergeant Frick. Why?
Rick?
Frick.
That's right. You got a problem with that?
Not at all.
Alright, Detective Mosley.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's out of the crime scene. Sorry.
Where is the crime scene? Is it related to the voodoo murders?
Crime scene information is police confidential. We don't need any more looky-loos than are probably already there.
Looky-loo. Come on.
Come on, you can tell me what the crime scene is.
Look, I know the papers got everybody stirred up about these killings, but that don't make it public information. Back off.
So this is a new voodoo murder then?
Hey, I didn't say that. You'll read all about it in the papers tomorrow, I'm sure.
Please tell me where the crime scene is.
Look, buddy, you keep it up, and there'll be a crime scene right here.
Ooh. Subtle.
About Detective Mosley.
I told you, he's not here.
Right. Photographs.
I was supposed to pick up some photos from Detective Mosley at the front desk.
Is that right? And who are you?
My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Yeah, I got something for you, all right. Soon as you're done talking, I'll give it to you.
That sounded very reassuring. Alright, I'm done talking. See him give it to
There's
me.
that envelope for you, Gabriel Knight.
Gabriel Knight.
Thanks.
Gabriel opens the manila envelope and finds 2 photographs. The photograph of Mosley was apparently taken upon his graduation from the police academy. He had hair then. One of the photos from Mosley is an official Voodoo Murders crime scene shot. A graphic close-up of a victim.
Graphic close-up of victim.
One of the
Okay. That's about it. 14 points already. Killing it. Do think I remember how to get to the crime scene. Question is it time to go there? Jackson Square Overlook. Oh yeah. St. Louis Cathedral.
Cathedral.
Oh,
The original church on this site was built in 1724 and was named for Louis IX of France. That church burnt in the Great Fire of 1788. The present church dates from 1851.
there you go. There's lots of information in this game. Oh yeah. We need to get to that cop. We need to get to that cop. I guess it's in the Jackson Square then.
A police officer is either off duty or patrolling the park, or both. A cop has driven his motorcycle into the park. Something Gabriel would probably never get away with. On the motorcycle is a police radio.
Ambulance to now.
Indeed.
Good day, officer.
Yeah, you too. Keep moving.
Coroner requests assistance at now.
Oh, they need the coroner's car. Where's Cole when you need him?
Gabriel likes his own cycle much better. Besides, even Mosley couldn't get him out of that one.
Coroner requests assistance at now.
Yeah, right. We have to lure him away.
A blues band entertains on the lawn. Now that's music.
especially in meaty form. Come on.
A lone drummer beats out a haunting rhythm on a large African drum.
There he is.
You white-faced geek! You want to eat my fist?
We actually need to borrow that mime. Fortunately, I remember this part because this was not that freaking easy. To figure out. Oh, no! He's following the kid.
Hey, stop picking on me! I'll tell my dad!
To figure out what to do here. It's not that easy back in the days. 93, I think. 92, 93 this game. Wasn't that old. 12 years old, I guess. There we go. Nice.
Hey, cut that out. I told you to stop that. All right, mister. You want some of this?
Please, they never change, huh?
A cop has driven...
Right. Use it.
Gabriel picks up the headset and listens.
Ambulance 911, have you located the crime scene? They've radioed for you 3 times.
Damn! Did you say it was north of the Lake Retreat Country Club?
South, Lakeside Drive north of Piedmont Pier, south of the country club.
Man, I don't know if it's the clouds out here today or what. Good thing this guy's already dead.
Everyone's having trouble. Must have been hallucinogens in the coffee this morning.
It's just so misty out here or something. Hey, I see a squad car. Got it, Molly.
Thank God. Have a good one, 911.
Interesting.
Stupid mime. Hey, you! Get away from that bike!
Sorry.
Sorry. Gabriel's not really sorry. Okay, how do we get out? Sweet, alright. St. George's Bookshop. New Orleans map, there we go. Grandmother Knight's house. Okay, we have to swing by there on our way back. Let's go to the crime scene. Sweet.
The crime scene team is still at the site. Gabriel parks a bit out of the way and walks over to avoid adding to the general confusion.
Blessed caffeine.
Hey, mostly.
Huh? Knight, you wiener. I told you not to call me that.
Feeling jumpy?
Who, me? Don't be stupid. How'd you find me?
Oh, I was just driving by.
Well, for the book. But don't tell anyone I let you see to this, huh? It's another one, as you can see. Same M.O. and no frickin' clues. We're still waiting on an ID for the body.
That's disgusting. Isn't this a rather, public area for this kind of thing?
Yeah, they're frickin' ghosts, these guys. Lakeshore Drive isn't exactly the 10 expressway, but it is open to the public. No reports and nothing. Now, who the hell is that?
Oh yeah. He's so happy. Oh my god.
Good day, Miss Getty.
What's going on, officer?
Detective Mosley, ma'am. We've got a little problem here, but nothing for you to be concerned about, Miss Getty.
I see. Thank you, Detective. And good day, gentlemen.
Whoa, I'm in love.
Forget it. That's Molly Getty. She's about as far out of your reach as the moon. Probably on her way to meet some guy with a yacht right now.
Near here?
The lake's a popular place for country clubs.
If she's out here a lot, maybe she saw something or heard something.
Man, nobody ever sees or hears nothing. I told you. Besides, you just don't go around bothering people like her.
We've about wrapped it up, sir. It's another clean sweep.
Yeah, let's get the meat wagon moving then.
Do you want to leave an officer here, sir?
Nah, just leave the tape up for a few days.
Yes, sir. If you'll excuse us, sir, we'll take him away.
High ambitions there. Just leave the tape.
Stick around and take notes for the book if you want. Watch out for the muck in the water moccasins, though. I'll be back at the station. Stop by if you want to go over the case.
Thanks.
Alright. Time to put that magnifying glass to use.
Gabriel is on the sand and clay shore of Lake Pontchartrain, at the site where some poor bastard got to see who the voodoo murderers really are. The site is now deserted. Out damn the spot. Will these pristine banks ne'er be cleaned again?
Interesting audio bugs here. Wait, actually, let's... Oh.
It's extremely big, bloody sand.
Okay. Cool. That stuff.
The lines in the sand are fairly large. Magnification wouldn't make them any clearer.
Alright, look at them then.
There seems to be a pattern to the lines in the sand.
Oh shit.
But if there is a pattern, it's smeared. There's only one small area that's clearly defined.
You know what? We probably need a notebook. We don't have a notebook. I do remember finding something in the grass here.
There's nothing worth magnifying in that particular location.
Fine.
It's very large grass.
Everything's large here.
It's very large grass. Gabriel... It's very large grass.
Okay, we'll just have to sift through all the grass.
It's very large grass. It's very...
Pretty sure it's here somewhere.
There are marks in the grass, as though some heavy wire object had been set there.
Some heavy wire object.
Something small and iridescent is barely visible among the indentations. It looks like a scale of some sort.
I think we needed tweezers, but I'm gonna try anyway.
The scale looks a little delicate to pick up by hand.
It's a little delicate. That's why we have the tweezers. Nice.
Gabriel carefully uses the tweezers to take the small iridescent scale.
I think it's a snake scale, but it beats the hell out of me. What kind?
Not an expert in snakes, huh?
The banks of Lake Pontchartrain are rich with clay deposits. Lake Pontchartrain is impressive. It measures 24 miles across and stretches as far as the eye can see. But you wouldn't want to swim in it.
Why not?
Lake Shore Drive runs round the entire lake. This is a particularly lonely stretch, but it's still a public road.
Yeah, Daggars, we're gonna try Abdul Ben Hassan. He probably made that snake. I would have been so confused if you didn't tell me what reference it was, because I would have recognized the name and then I would have been like... my mind would have been coiling.
Is that clay?
Is that clay?
Yuck.
Some of these things are kind of difficult to get right.
Gabriel is carrying a lump of clay from the banks of Lake Pontchartrain.
I mean, why would you pick up that clay? I remember doing it, so...
Gabriel don't need to take the police tape.
I think we need a notebook or something to...
Gabriel can't take the lines with him that way.
No. I don't think we have what we need to take like a drawing of the... drawing of the lines. Let's go to Grandmother Knight's house. Oh yeah.
Gabriel, I'm so glad you stopped by.
Sorry it's been a while, Grandma.
Not at all. Give us a kiss.
Give us a kiss.
Now come and sit down. Tell me how you're doing.
Right. Daggars, the pixel hunt is kind of unfair, but pixel hunts usually are. The game is really impressive otherwise, yeah. This is one of my old favorites, like, adventure games. Really nice. Uh-huh.
On the wall are portraits of Gran and Gramps when they were young. Gabriel's inherited some good-looking genes. Gabriel grew up in this room. Just being here make him feel safe. And after about 5 minutes, claustrophobic. Granny's knitting. She whips through that stuff like there was no tomorrow.
Right.
The magazines in the bin includes issues of Southern Living, Ladies' Home Journal, and Macabre.
Right. let's talk to Granny.
How you been, Gran?
Just fine, dear. I'm sorry I bothered you at work, but I was hoping you'd get a chance to go through your father's things in the attic.
Don't be silly. You can call me anytime.
Right.
Can we talk, Gran?
Of course, my boy. How can I help?
Good-looking jeans indeed. What do you know about voodoo?
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? What an odd question, Gabriel.
Oh, the teeth.
Of course, you always were interested in monster movies and all that other weird stuff. You get that from your father and granddad. I don't know anything about it, dear. Of course, it was very big in New Orleans at one time, but you don't hear about it so much these days. Too much else in the world to worry about, I guess.
The teeth. I worry about your teeth. Tell me about New Orleans.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
New Orleans is very southern. Of course, though, not as much as it used to be when I was a girl. It's gotten much more influenced by the East Coast and that California stuff. Still, it hasn't changed as much as other places, I reckon. We've always been happy here.
What can you tell me about snakes, really?
Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? What kind of snakes, dear?
I don't know. Local kinds?
Well, we used to get cottonmouths in the park when I was a girl, but I haven't heard of one being sighted for years. Milk snakes and garter snakes are also around these parts, but they can't hurt you.
Thanks, Gran.
Okay.
Tell me about yourself.
Me? Oh, surely you have something more interesting to talk about.
Oh, come on, Gran.
All right, dear. What do you want to hear?
What do you do all day?
What do you do all day?
You know how I love to knit and work in my garden. I also take long walks. It's the only way to keep an old body like mine from stiffening up.
You're not old.
Oh, don't be foolish. I'm older than the hills.
Tell me about before you met Granddaddy.
Well, you know I was born Rebecca Wright. My daddy owned a lot of land outside of town. We grew peas, corn, cotton, all kinds of things. It was a good childhood, but my father was very strict. He didn't much let me out of his sight.
Tell me how you met Granddaddy.
I met Harrison at a church revival. There was a traveling preacher back then, a big fella named Reverend Jim. I even remember his slogan, "Come to me to find your way." Your granddad was sitting right behind me and my girlfriend Alma, and at one point, old Reverend Jim was flinging his hair around with his fire and brimstone antics, and a piece of it, one of those small add-on do's for men, went flying off. I swear, Harrison and I were the only ones that noticed. We both started laughing to beat the band. Everyone looked at us like we were a couple of loonies. It was then I knew that he was for me.
Making fun of religious people and bringing couples together since, I don't know, 1845, by the looks of her.
How you feeling these days?
Fit as a fiddle, and don't you worry your head about it.
Alright. Just tell me anything at all.
Just tell me anything at all.
I had your father when I was 22. The doctors told me I couldn't have any more after him, so I'm afraid I spoiled him rotten.
Just tell me anything at all.
I never loved any man but your grandfather, and I never will.
bit, I don't know, shit, but things can change.
Just tell me anything at all.
I hate to admit it, but I was a jealous little thing when your granddad and I were younger. I loved him so ferociously, and he did attract the eyes of the ladies, whether he wanted to or not.
Okay.
Oh, nothing, never mind.
All right, dear.
Let's get on with it. Knight family.
Tell me about our family.
Who would you like to hear about? Your granddad, your father, or your mother?
Harrison Knight.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad immigrated to America when he was 21. He worked his way through school, met and married me, and we had your father, Philip.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad supported me and your father with bookkeeping. I'll tell you what, though, he hated every minute of it. Didn't really like bookkeeping one bit. Maybe that was why he had the worst luck with jobs. The nights he'd come home afraid to tell me he'd lost another. And I would tell him it didn't matter to me, but he felt ashamed, Gabriel.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Harrison was only 36 when he died. Your father was 8 years old at the time. Your granddad was hit by a streetcar in the business district. Took me nearly a year to believe he was really gone.
I'm sorry, Gran.
I know you are, dear.
Jesus. 36 and you're like 140, that means...
Tell me about my father.
Your father was my only child. How we adored him. Philip suffered from terrible nightmares, just like your granddad did. They were two peas in a pod.
They suffered from nightmares. They were so alike. What? Horrible.
Tell me about my father.
When Philip met your mother, it was love at first sight. They were married 2 weeks later. Never looked at a girl seriously until then, and he looked at plenty. You have your father's way with women, Gabriel, and your granddad's. Oh.
Tell me about my father.
I wanted to just lay down and die when he and your mother were killed in that car crash when you were only 8. It was the thought of taking care of you that kept me going, Gabriel. The police say your father swerved off the road after being frightened by something. Perhaps a deer in the road or a wild cat.
Or a snake.
Tell me about my mother.
Your mother was Margaret Templeton when your father met her. She came from a very wealthy Creole family in New Orleans. She was beautiful and reckless. She was madly in love with your father, of course, but I also think she liked defying her family. Since you're so interested in family history these days, why don't you go by St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 and visit the family tomb? It would be a sweet gesture.
Maybe I will. Tell me about my mother.
Your mother's family refused to give her money after the marriage. All she had left was a modest trust fund from her great-aunt, who happened to like Philip.
Modest trust fund.
The remainder of your mother's trust fund became yours when she died. That's what you used to open your bookshop.
And then you lost all the money. Guilt trip.
Tell me about my mother.
The Templetons are all gone now. Every last one of them. They never wanted anything to do with us, of course. What a waste.
That's why we
You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
Oh, you.
Alright, enough of this. Let's go,
There is nothing to
open or close. No? Okay, let's get upstairs.
I'm going to go up to the attic, Gran.
Be careful of the dust.
Yes, you might choke to death. Okay.
Grandma's attic is a storehouse of forgotten treasures and useless junk. The old velvet curtains hung in the parlor before Gran lightened up the place. It's a lady's hat from the 1920s.
From Gran's Virginia Woolf period.
Grandma's attic.
What's this?
That box of knickknacks has been up there for at least 5 years.
Knickknacks. I want some of those.
There's nothing I want in there.
There's a sketchbook on the chair that Gabriel vaguely remembers as his father's.
That's what we need.
I think I'd take Daddy's sketchbook with me.
Ooh.
Images haunt the pages of Philip Knight's sketchbook, the way they must have haunted his mind. The images touch a deep chord in Gabriel. So familiar are they that he finds it hard to believe they aren't from his own subconscious. Images haunt the...
No thanks. No hats for you. What's that? Oh yeah, there's another thing
An
here.
elaborate mechanical clock, probably of German origin, is among the discarded treasures of the attic.
Story takes a turn for the
It doesn't
scariest.
seem to be running at the moment.
It's the contrast, does it?
A ring of 6 symbols surround the face of the clock. A sword, a sun, an angel, a noose, an eclipse, and a dragon.
I can probably figure this out. But I don't think we're supposed to figure it out until later.
The key should stay with the clock. The ring of...
Right.
Nothing happens.
You can push it, I think. Oh yeah. It's not that many combinations. Oh wait, maybe. Yeah. Maybe I can't figure it out. It's probably for the best.
The lid is blocked by the clock.
Oh, the clock. This, yeah.
The trunk contains some old clothes, including a pair of leather shorts.
Aren't those called lederhosen?
Serious hiking boots. More of Harrison Knight German book.
German.
Just what I need.
Yes.
And a bundle of letters. Love letters between Harrison and Rebecca.
Rebecca? Take it. Take the lederhosen.
I don't think there's anything in that trunk that would interest anybody but my gran.
Okay.
It's an old metal tub full of dust and cobwebs.
I think I'll leave that up here.
But the golf clubs, surely.
I think I'll leave that up here.
Alright. We have the sketchbook, that's all we need. Time to go.
Well, Gran, I better get going.
Moved your clock.
All right,
Time to get going. Got that sketchbook.
Let me try to get this down.
Oh, there we go.
The partial pattern from the crime scenes intrigues Gabriel. What does it mean?
What does it mean? French quarters. We have the cemetery we could possibly visit. Let's go to the police station.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
Mosley.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's in his office. Go on back.
Dun, 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 dun. Remember using the copying machine for something, but
There's a photocopy machine in the office area.
what's that?
There's a temperature gauge on the wall near Mosley's office. It's in a locked cage. They must be concerned about the budget. Gabriel wouldn't be allowed to access that file cabinet.
Well. Nice office.
Hey, Mostly.
Mostly.
Knight, I had a feeling you'd show up.
Mosley's office looks a lot like his room at college. Mosley's desk has more groin on it than on his head. Mosley's bookcase holds old magazines and binders. Police department memos and other didactic blurbs.
Didactic blurbs. Nice.
Mosley's office looks...
What's that?
Mosley's desk...
Alright, right.
So, how's it hanging, bud? Lousy. I hate crime scenes. People are sick fucks. You know that, Knight?
I'm starting to get that impression.
Yeah.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
I am the writer. Insult him. Let's start by doing that.
Have you ever called the hair club for men?
I'd rather have no hair than your hair, Knight.
He had a comeback. Didn't work. Right, let's ask about voodoo.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
There's voodoo that goes on in this city, sure. I looked into it a bit at the beginning of this case. But the voodoo stuff found at the crime scenes is all fake. It doesn't have anything to do with the real stuff. I know, I asked some experts. It's intimidation tactics, that's all.
Strong language. Didn't expect didactic. No. Nobody ever expects didactic. There it is.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Lots. Can you be more specific?
Maybe. Do you know anything about the killers?
Do you know anything about the killers?
Oh, yeah. I don't need to read it.
At least 20 people attend the killings. We know this from the variety of footprints found at the scene.
Footprints? Aren't those as good as fingerprints?
Can be, but we'd have to have a suspect in custody first, and the suspect would have to match one of the few distinct prints we have. Most of the footprints are smudged, trodden over, unreadable. These guys are so casual in their expertise, it's maddening. Like they know we'll never find them.
How many murders? Oh yeah, I don't have to read. I'm not used to adventure games where I don't have to read the question.
How many murders have there been so far?
7 murders have so far been linked to the voodoo murders case. Now, the first murder occurred about 8 weeks ago.
Oh.
The MO was the same in each murder. Lake Pontchartrain was the 7th.
That's quite a lot of murders in a short period of time.
What kind of evidence have you found?
No fingerprints, a few bare footprints. Found a few fibers, but not many. The weirdest one was leopard fur.
Leopard fur? Describe the crime scenes.
Well, there's the corpse itself, minus the heart. Around where the body was killed, we find marks and flour and blood. There are traces of wax from candles, red and black. Ordinary wax candles, so the lab reports. Also blood and feathers of chickens. Also goat's blood. And plenty of the victim's own, of course.
Sounds like a total hoax to me. Definitely nothing to do with voodoo.
What's the coroner say?
The victim's heart is always ripped out of the chest and missing. We haven't located a single one of them.
Lovely. Any idea what they do with them?
Don't even want to know. Also, the coroner says some of the victims had heart attacks before the incision. Literally scared to death.
Scared to death?
The knife wounds are consistent with a long, narrow, wavy-edged knife. Probably a ritualistic dagger.
It's nothing to do with voodoo. Big Boss SNK, the original, is the better version. Yeah, I think so. I have actually not seen anything from the new version, but I would not touch it. Not to say that the people who develop it, you know, maybe they need support, but I think it's a bit sad. This game is awesome. Come on, play this. Play the original version. Any witnesses?
Any witnesses?
Nope.
Oh yeah.
There's never been a single witness. No one's even heard a disturbance. It's damn weird. Like they just don't want people to see, and so nobody sees nothing.
Know anything about the victims?
The victims are all out-of-towners. We still don't know why.
Oh, nothing, never mind.
Sure, no problem.
Right.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
You and me grew up together. You tell me. It's a pretty nice place, even seeing the stuff I see. You know. The quarter's getting a bit too wild, though. Getting hard to control. Not quite what it was when you and me used to hang here, but... hell, I've never known anything else.
Snakes.
Do you know anything about snakes?
The only thing I know about snakes is I don't like them.
Tell me about yourself.
For the book?
Sure, why not?
Okay, what do you want to know?
How'd you like working on the police force?
Are you kidding? You know I love being a cop. In New Orleans, it's the best place in the world to be one.
What are your plans for the future?
Well, you know, I don't like to count my chickens before they're hatched, but I don't see why I can't be the chief of police in New Orleans someday. I already know the mayor, and my record is one of the best in the department.
I'm sure it's just a matter of moments, mostly.
Yeah, you'll see.
Got any hobbies?
Yeah, making your life miserable.
I'm serious. Don't you shoot or chew or something like that?
No, I'm a freaking ballet dancer. Jeez. Yeah, I was number 1 at the Louisiana State Fair Marksman Contest. I play trumpet, too. You know, put your lips together and blow.
How's your home life?
How's your home life?
Oh, real funny, Knight. Why don't you just bring in some freaking salt?
Got some
You
outside.
know Andy left me. My home life is shit.
Right. Sorry about that.
Whoops. Whoops.
Just tell me anything at all.
Remember how we used to play monkey in the middle? We used to piss off our senior year teacher. What's her name? Ms. McKelly? You'd act like you were gonna toss her an eraser or something. Then you'd throw it to me over her head. And we used to do it at your grand's, too. Like with the remote when she wanted to watch her soaps.
Yep. And it was a great way to pick up women in the library. Oh, those were the days.
Little rascals.
Just tell me anything at all.
You know, my doctor told me I've got a little family of ulcers starting. I wish this case would end so I could get some rest for a change.
Family of ulcers. Nice. I don't want to know anything else.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
It's the end of that
It's your
line of
time.
discussion. Case status.
What's the status on the Voodoo Murders case?
It's going. Can't seem to make any progress, though. Sluggish damn case. It's weird.
Coffee.
I got those photographs you left for me.
Really? Great. What'd you think?
Astonishingly lifelike.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Got any more ideas for photos for the book?
Cop author photo might be nice. Man, it's like we have to get him out of the office.
A cop author photo might be nice.
You and me? Together?
Why not? Of course, you'll have to try to tone down your masculinity.
Well, okay. I'll call the police photographer.
Can we steal some of his shit? No.
Franks, come here a minute, would you? Bring your camera.
Oh, he only... man, I remember tricking him outside. Don't remember why.
What did you need, Detective Mosley?
We need a picture, please. And make it a good one, huh, sweetheart?
Sweetheart? Wow.
Sure, sweetheart.
Say, chintzy.
Was there anything else, Knight?
Hold on a sec while I go check my hair. How about one of me and Officer Frank's? First check your hair.
Hold on a sec while I go check my hair.
Good God, Knight, make it fast.
I don't have anything I can... Oh, wait. She's in there, so I can use her terminal.
Gabriel wouldn't want to mess with somebody else's desk.
Really?
It's an inbox.
Inbox. Let's take something out of the inbox.
There's nothing of interest in the inbox at the moment.
At the moment, okay. Maybe that's something we'll do later. I don't remember.
Would you just get in here? Hurry up, would you?
Okay, ready.
Thanks, hon. Let me know when you got it developed. The photos, that is.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
That doesn't
You're the
work.
writer. Ask away.
Do you know anything about the patterns around the bodies?
Yeah, weird, huh? All 7 victims had those little marks around. We've got all the marks on file, but we haven't figured out what, if anything, they mean.
Other 6 patterns.
Can I see the other 6 patterns?
Sure. People like that kind of stuff, don't they? Might make the book seem more mysterious. Go talk to Officer Franks. Tell her I said you could see the file.
Nice. How about some coffee?
How about getting me some coffee?
Coffee? You want coffee?
Should that surprise you?
Nah, you've always been a caffeine addict. It's just that what we got here hardly qualifies.
So, I'm desperate.
It's your stomach. I'll get you some when we're done talking.
That long?
All right, I'll go now.
Go now. Good. Nice. He goes for coffee. I can check his desk. Sure.
Don't touch anything while I'm gone.
Of course not.
The desk is bad enough.
Okay.
Gabriel,
Oh. Okay. I don't think there is anything we need.
Here, drink it.
Probably nothing we need right now.
Thanks.
Gabriel cannot see a way to use that.
Okay.
Gabriel would prefer to touch as little of Mosley's stuff as possible.
Hmm.
Can I ask you? I got those photographs.
So,
Nope.
okay.
What's the status on the...
You're as filled in as me.
Guess that's it.
The suit doesn't open.
Maybe the door behind the suit opens. For fuck's sake, game. Not even a goodbye.
Can I ask you a few questions, ma'am?
I'm sorry, sir, but I really have to finish these reports.
Excuse me, officer.
Yes?
Can you get me some coffee? Oh. Can you get a file for me?
Can you get a file for me?
What file would that be?
The Voodoo Murders file? Detective Mosley said I could see it.
Really? Well, if he said so. There it is. You can look at it all you want, but don't leave this area with it, okay? And no photocopies either.
Okay, now I know what to do.
Of course. I understand completely.
The police file contains partial patterns from the first 6 voodoo murders.
Right, so we get her to do another photo shoot in here, and we go out and we photocopy it. Nice.
Don't leave the room with that file, please.
Just put the inbox, put it here then.
I'm done.
Yeah, thanks.
Nice, okay.
Can I ask you about...
You're the...
Photographs.
I got those photographs you...
So you...
Let's take another cop author shot. My hair was not quite...
Let's take another cop off the shot.
What for?
I don't think we got your best side.
Really? Okay. I'll have Franks come in again.
Perfect.
Franks, come back in here with that camera.
Now what, sir?
That clown wants another picture. You don't mind, do you?
Of course not. What else could I possibly have to do?
Anything else, Knight?
Yeah, I have to check my hair, I think.
Hold on a sec while I go check my hair.
Good God, Knight, make it fast.
There we go.
Let me see that file again. Just want to check this machine here.
Really subtle. What exactly is he copying? Sweet. Alright, let's put
There's no point in using the pattern. Gabriel...
What? Put them back, right? Yeah. Nice. Copy, copy, copy. Awesome.
Would you just get in here?
Now let's ask her for a picture with her and then ask for a cup of coffee.
Hurry up, would you?
Complete assholes.
Okay, ready.
Thanks, hon. Let me know when you got it developed. The photos, that is.
Yeah, sure.
Right. That's it for me.
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Later, Knight.
Let's ask for coffee.
Excuse me, officer.
Yes?
Could you get me some coffee?
Are you speaking to me?
Why, yes.
Wow. Deja leave it to Beaver. I'm the police photographer, sir. You might be able to find someone around here dumb enough to get coffee for you. But guess what? It would be me.
Oh, thanks, anyway.
You might find someone dumb enough. Right. Awesome. So, that should be quite a lot. What else can we do? Dixieland Drugstore and Historical Voodoo Museum. Let's go to the Voodoo Museum first.
Hi. Look around all you want.
Okay, thanks.
A street drummer has settled outside the museum.
He's got more hair than Mosley. Reminds me of a book critic for the New York Times.
On the table is a small coffin. So small, in fact, that it would only fit an infant.
Charming.
A wooden doll with horns is on the back table.
Looks like Jack Nicholson.
The back wall displays various voodoo items, such as a feathered African mask,
That curved knife.
something about the shape of that knife gives Gabriel the creeps. The Historical Voodoo Museum is brimming with items authentic and original. An authentic-looking pole marks the center of the room. Authentic what? Gabriel isn't sure. An official voodoo wishing stone. Rub it and make a wish, a card said.
Funny, I say the same thing to women.
Oh, we went there. Jesus Christ, it's 1993, I guess. Went there.
A beaded gourd is on display. Large, elaborate drums occupy a corner of the museum. A striking portrait of a turbaned woman is on the back wall. Gabriel wonders who she might be.
Swing. Yeah.
It's a basket for donation to the Free Museum. A counter at the back displays brochures in a donation basket.
Can't help but notice the snake.
A very large, very formidable looking snake is secured in a plexiglass cage. The snake doesn't look up for conversation.
Poke it. Oh.
The snake is too far away.
Alright. Talk to you.
So, how's the museum business?
I don't know. I don't normally work here.
Really?
Could I ask you a few questions?
I wouldn't be much help. You should talk to Dr. John, the owner. He'll be back tomorrow.
I see. Thank you.
Alright. What's that?
The historical... A striking portrait.
Oh, what's that, by the way?
Dang. I've always wanted a skeleton with a bowl on its head.
Sure. And,
It's an electrical switch.
use it.
What is this switch?
Oh, Snake is pissed off.
Turn that off.
I didn't mean it.
Dr. John told me.
I can see why.
A little bit bugged out, yes, with the audio, but okay. I
The
do
door
remember that switch, actually.
I'll be gone now, thanks.
So long.
Okay. Dixieland Drugstore, let's check that out. Oh,
Hi. Uh-huh.
always wanted alligator in a weird coat.
It's a mannequin wearing a crocodile mask. The shelf holds containers of dried items, flowers, grass, black cat bones.
Black cat bones.
The glass jars contain a number of things Gabriel can't identify.
And wouldn't want to.
The glass
And wouldn't want.
Right.
ropes of garlic hanging from the ceiling.
I'll know where to come if I ever have a vampire problem.
Just wait until Gabriel Knight 3 or whatever game it was. I can't recommend the sequels to Gabriel Knight. I never really played them. I just started out and was not very taken aback by the art displayed in those games. So yeah.
A variety of cloth dolls are arranged above the shelf, each impaled with a single silver pin.
How many dolls exactly? Like 8. Interesting.
Voodoo and hoodoo, the craft as revealed by traditional practitioners by Jim Haskins. Available at Dixieland Drugstore and other fine stores. The signs say, Special Saint Jean-Yves, Lagnappe, free bottle. The signs say, Special Saint Jean-Yves, Lagnappe, free bottle of lover come back to me oil, or master gambling oil, with every purchase over $50.
Lagniappe. My French is lousy, but everyone in New Orleans knows what that means. A little something extra.
Okay.
Herbal oils for love, luck, power, and success. The proprietor doesn't look especially friendly. His business probably doesn't depend on walk-ins.
Probably not. Let's talk to him.
Mind if I ask you a few questions?
Ask what you want, I'll answer what I want.
Can you tell me what you know about voodoo?
This is a novelty shop, monsieur.
Only novelty. Let's see. Tell me about voodoo murders, you murderer freak.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Cabriz Saint-Croix.
What did you say?
Nothing. Those killings have nothing to do with my shop, monsieur.
Nothing. They don't have anything to do with my shop. I only mentioned the goats. I know what that means.
What did you mean when you said Cabriz Saint-Croix?
I didn't say that.
You did. I heard you say it.
You heard wrong, monsieur. I said no such thing.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
I've lived here all my life, me.
Do you know anything about snakes?
What kind of snakes?
The kind they use in voodoo?
Pythons and boas. So I've heard.
Really? Do you have one?
Are you crazy? What would I want with a python?
St. John's Eve.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
It's the biggest night of the year in voodoo.
What goes on exactly?
I couldn't say.
If this was LA Noire, we would be pressing him very hard right now.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
I've said all I'm going to say about it.
Tell me about yourself.
My name's Willie Walker. I own the place.
Willie Walker, the voodoo man. Right. I kind of remember trading in the gift certificate.
Does this mean anything to you?
I don't know anything about that at all.
I thought he said Willy Wonka. Willy Wonka! Voodoo personnage extraordinaire.
This is the last page.
What about this?
Do you recognize this pattern?
Don't look familiar at all, sir.
Really? Interesting. What about this?
Look at the voodoo paraphernalia around the body in the photograph. Are you sure you can't tell me anything about it?
No, I don't know anything about it. Nothing.
Nothing. He's not being helpful at all. Apart from murdering people, we also make chocolate. Yes. Okay, we can go to the cemetery. I'm gonna go to the cathedral first. Seem to remember. It's that New Orleans accent. Yeah. New Orleans.
St. Louis Cathedral has a beautiful chapel, warm with tones of gold and cream and rich with delicate frescoes and meticulously carved wood.
Chocolate and murder. Seem to remember going back here and getting some stuff. Some parts of the game I'm definitely gonna remember everything, but other parts I'm gonna be a little bit lost, I guess. Oh yeah, here we go.
This small nook must be used as a ready room for the parish priest. It's small, cool, and has a faintly institutional feel. It's a picture of Christ. The closet shelves are stacked with the odds and ends of a saintly life. In other words, nothing Gabriel is familiar with. Handsome, isn't it?
Oh. Pretty sure we can get...
A freshly starched black priest's shirt stands out against the white robes in the closet.
Take it.
I can't resist black.
It's a priest's shirt.
Well, we still need something.
There's a box of white priest's collars in the closet.
Oh yes.
Well, you never know when a priest's collar will come in handy.
Never know.
The closet is all ready.
Alright. I think that that's it. Let's go confess our crime.
Gabriel cannot go in there. That's the priest part of the confessionals.
Okay, sorry. Oh, Father, I've sinned. I stole your clothes. Oh, come on.
May I help you, my child?
Oh, yes. I'd like to make a confession.
I'd like to make a confession.
All right, if it will make you feel better.
I've had impure thoughts about a woman I met.
Impure thoughts? You mean thoughts of sexual relations?
You could say that, but worse than what you mean.
Worse? You mean extreme sexual relations?
Well, not involving animals or anything.
Oh, well, I see. Perhaps we should just leave it at that. Pray for forgiveness and say 10 rosaries. Is there anything else?
Is there anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Goodbye, then. Peace go with you.
The woman was your mother. Oh. Testing the priest. Well, he didn't admit to his crime, so... he wouldn't admit. Oh, for fuck's sake.
You white-faced geek! You want to eat my fist?
Let's get out of here. Go to the cemetery, maybe.
New Orleans is famous for its above-ground tombs. The high water table prevents bodies from being interred underground. The name Ross is inscribed on this old tomb.
What's this? Oh yeah, shit.
The marks are reddish in color and reminds Gabriel of crosses. They look like they've been here a few days at least.
This I remember. Maybe we can take a copy of these.
I want a copy of these strange marks.
This is the tomb of Marie Laveau, voodoo queen of New Orleans.
Marie Laveau.
Odd-looking marks adorn the Laveau tomb wall.
What's that?
Near the Laveau tomb is a piece of red brick. Undoubtedly a cast-off from spiritual graffiti writers.
Oop. Old man's moving. Pick up that brick.
Food, trinkets, and more unsettling things have been left at Marie Laveau's tomb as offerings from believers. A stone angel stands silently before a tomb.
A marble snake. Now that's cheerful.
You're in a cemetery, what the hell do you expect? Cheerful? Oh. Apparently we can't go there. What? Talk to the old man.
Hello there. Got a sec?
Yeah? What can I do for you?
Mind if I pick your brain a minute?
Go ahead. These folks ain't in no hurry.
I like your style.
Tell me something about St. Louis Cemetery, #1.
You know why the dead are buried in tombs, not in the ground, don't you? The water table's too high. Them coffins would float right out of their graves.
Resurrection.
Them dead would go floating right down into the water. Course, if it were Mardi Gras, nobody'd even notice.
You think that's funny, do you?
Tell me something about St. Louis Cemetery, #1.
It's a historical place. People buried in here from the Civil War and back further too. Take a look around, you'll see.
Tell me something about St. Louis Cemetery, #1.
Just look around, just look around. You get the feel of the place.
Get the feel of the place.
Tell me about yourself.
My name is Toussaint Gervais. I'm the watchman here at St. Louis #1.
What exactly do you do here?
Oh, I keep the place tidy, cause, but a big part of my job, too, is looking out for the grievers, you know. People come to pay their respects, and they need looking out for. Sometimes they so grief-bound they don't know what they doing.
Voodoo.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
They say it was part of an old religion from Africa, brought here by slaves.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
I don't really care to talk about it. I don't do it none myself.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Ain't it just awful, them finding those bodies with voodoo things around them? I don't think there's any real voodoo going on. Somebody trying to cover their tracks is all.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Seems like everybody want to visit New Orleans at least once in their lives, and they love the cemetery tour. I see tourists in here every day of the year.
Snakes.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? I see snakes around here all the time. Most of them ain't poisonous, of course.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
Why, St. John the Baptist is the patron saint of voodoo. Sometimes we get some weird goings-on in that cemetery on that night. More often a few nights before. People taking grave dirt, bones, and more.
That's pretty disgusting.
Yep. Don't know what they do with them, but it can't be pretty.
Do you have any idea what Caprice Sans Coeur means?
No, can't say that I do.
Really no. No, okay, I don't think we can press him. Right.
The Wright family tomb. Several of Gabriel and Grant's family members are laid to rest here.
Which means that we are right next door to Marie Laveau.
The tomb is securely shut.
Okay. not done for today. Let's go back to St. George's Bookshop and...
Lucy, I'm home.
Oh boy, party time.
Wait. Damn, I have to make more coffee. Yeah, we have at least 2 hours more, so... Oh, what the fuck?
Hey, kids.
Bruno, how nice.
Jesus Christ, Bruno.
Gee, a customer.
Of yours? Hardly.
How's the flower business?
Well, better than the used book business, I see.
Rare books.
That explains why I so rarely see anyone in here. Are you going to sell me that wonderful painting of yours today?
Gee, is today the day that hell freezes over? Buy something or get out, Bruno. Yeah, he wants to buy the painting. How much would you give me for it?
How much would you give me for it, Bruno?
Gabriel, don't you dare sell your father's painting.
Well, I guess I don't need the money that badly.
From the looks of this shop, I'm sure you will, my boy. And soon.
Ooh. Right. So, you know what? I'm gonna go make a new pot of coffee. Then we're gonna continue this. Save. Day 1. Yep. So I'll be right back. Coffee. Yes, we need more coffee. So I'll be right back with more coffee. It'll be a minute. Oop, that doesn't work. It's in the wrong place. Had to move the window. Anyway, let's do like this. I'll be right back. There we go. Fresh thermos of coffee. So let's see. Should probably talk to Grace.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Caprice encore.
Do you know what caprice encore means?
No. Sounds French, though.
Don't we have any French books? Request research.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
Check out Malia Ghetto, yes.
Could you see what you can find out about a woman named Malia Getty?
The name Getty sounds familiar. What's your interest in her?
Oh, just, you know, stuff about the voodoo murders. If you could get an address...
They're murders. Right. I'll see what I can find out. Anything else?
Daggers. Glad to see you live up to your profile avatar, yes. Yes. That I do. I was thinking of getting a little coffee meter under my camera, but I want to keep it a bit clutter-free if I can, but... Right, can't think of anything else. Check out
can't think of
her
anything.
address. Nice. I used to stream like really early in the morning, so I totally needed coffee to stay awake then, but now I moved a few hours later in the day. But yeah, I'm a caffeine addict, I admit. Messages?
Do you have messages for me?
Nope. None right now.
Alright.
Well...
Nice.
It's about closing time.
Day 1 complete.
So it is. Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gabriel. And try not to dream, okay?
Sure, I'll not dream. Pleasant dream this time. Day 2. A mask I wore as I approached. I was what I am not, and though the pattern was unclear, its meaning could be bought. Okay. Paperboy.
Good morning. Don't you look swell today? Actually, swollen.
Oh.
So have some. There's a fresh pot on the table.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously, you look like hell. Your hair is sticking straight up like... Oh. It always does that. Never mind.
Ha ha.
Did Did you dream about the fire and the hang guy and that lion thing last night?
Leopard, not lion. Did you get anything on Malia Getty?
Well, I did get her address, but you're a little out of your league here, big fella. The Gettys own 3 local hospitals, just to name a few of their assets. They run in very high circles.
Did you get an address?
I got the address. I suppose this has nothing to do with the fact that Malia Getty is incredibly gorgeous. I should have known you wouldn't go for a rich, ugly socialite.
And that address is...
Hey! Far be it from me to postpone your total humiliation. It's 557 West England. That's a garden district, a state city.
That's all I wanted to know. And yes, my dear, Malia Getty is the most dangerous-looking diversion I've ever seen. Ouch!
Ouch.
Oy, men.
I'm drinking coffee, watching a guy drink coffee, watching sprites drink coffee. Meta coffee. Yes. Awesome. Alright. Newspaper.
Times Picayune, dated June 19, 1993. A front-page article describes the most recent of the voodoo murders. Gabriel scans it but learns not anew. The article reiterates that the voodoo aspect of the crimes is fake. Gabriel shivers. It looked real enough to him. Elsewhere, there's an article about the history of Jackson Square, called La Plaza d'Armas. Under French rule, it was used for executions, firing squads, hanging, even impalement and breaking on the wheel. Yikes. Of course, these days it's mostly a hangout for tourists, street musicians and local artists. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day. Chances of a dark star rising on this day. Do not trust your instinct.
I feel a dark star rising, all right.
Christ. Alright, let's check the bookcase maybe for textbook, French textbook or dictionary.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
German.
Let's see, Mittag means midday, noon.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Spiel means game. Interesting.
Do we have any...
The top shelf contained books on animals, including snakes and other reptiles. That shelf contains historical... That shelf... They just leap out the door.
Okay.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Request more research.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
Anything?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Anything at all? St. John's Eve.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve.
St. John's Eve? Never heard of it. It must be a local custom. New Orleans love any excuse to celebrate.
True.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Doing a family tree, Gabriel?
Very funny. I mean real snakes. You know, scaly, cold-blooded. I would have thought you'd find them empathetic.
Mm-hmm. I know very little about reptiles of any kind and prefer to keep it that way. I think there's a book on snakes around here somewhere, though.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe we can find it. Oh, messages, wait.
Got a minute? Do you have messages for me?
Nope.
Gabriel pulls down a book on snakes.
Snakes are legless reptiles. Some snakes kill their prey with poison, some by constriction. A snake smells by tasting the air with its forked tongue. The smells are passed back to a sense organ in the mouth. Constrictor snakes, however, sense their prey by vibration.
Did you know that medieval legends about dragons and giant worms are actually based on snakes? You know, dragons, devils, sea monsters, well, they've always been associated with snakes.
Grace, get alive.
Well, you're the one reading a book about snakes. Huh. Okay, more coffee and then we hit the street.
Good coffee.
Indeed.
I've got some things I need to do.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. So one of the interesting things about, or it was a bit different with this game, is that the locations are the same, but the content kind of changes over the days. Nice. For example, now somebody's servicing this climate controller here.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
Do you know what caprice encore means?
Can't say that I do.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's in his office. Go on back.
So now I think I remember what to do.
There's a temperature gauge on the wall near Mosley's office.
Come on. Turn it all the way up.
The doorway.
And we'll see.
Hey, Mostly.
Knight, I had a feeling you'd show up. Whew, it's hot in here.
Think so?
Dang, the air conditioning must be on the blink. Are you hot? Man, I'm hot.
There we go. Nice.
Mosley's coat is on the chair. His badge is in the front coat pocket.
So, how about some coffee? I didn't have any coffee before I went out this morning.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
Do you have any idea what caprice encore means?
Hell no. Is that French? My mother spoke it, but I always had hard enough time just speaking English.
True
Why you're a
enough.
cop.
How about getting me some coffee?
What am I, your slave?
Hey, I'm working my butt off here.
Yeah, fine. Some people are never satisfied.
I'll be satisfied as soon as you get me that coffee. And I get your badge.
I think I'll just borrow this badge.
Hey, what are you doing with my coat?
Nothing. I thought I saw something crawling on it. Just drink this. Thanks. Tons. I mean it.
Right. Gotta go. Nice. So we have his badge. I think we have what we need. Goes to the Ged Estate. Getty.
The Garden District is famous for its elaborate old plantation homes and mansions. This particular mansion is impeccably groomed. Potted roses mark the entrance to the house. The huge trees bear beards of Spanish moss. Gabriel didn't come here to mess with the plants.
I thought maybe we'd bring roses, but no. Okay. Let's knock on the door.
May I help you?
Magazine subscriptions, no. I'd like to see Malia Getty.
I'd like to see Malia Getty, please. I'm sorry, but unless you have an appointment or official business, I cannot announce you.
Do you have official business?
I do have official business. Really? Please tell me the nature of your business.
Oh. I'm a cop.
Gabriel doesn't want to display his possession of that badge. When he's...
Just as I thought. A good day, sir.
Well, alright. I think I remember.
There's no reason to wear that at the moment.
Really? No?
My hair looks perfect the way it is at the moment.
I'm pretty sure I disguised myself.
The windows are made of thick, heavy glass. The only thing Gabriel can see inside is even thicker drapery. There's no reason to wear that at the moment.
Really?
This is the...
I remember dressing
There's
up.
no reason to wear that at the moment.
Huh?
May I help you? I have a fine selection of magazine subscriptions for sale. We do not welcome solicitors.
No!
May I help you?
selling encyclopedias.
Encyclopedias?
Go away.
May I help you? Are you tired of polishing silver day in and day out? We don't have silver. All our utensils are solid gold.
Ooh.
Oh, just as I thought. A good day, sir.
Damn. Now I really want to get in there. Take some of your utensils with me.
May I help you?
Why don't you have silver utensils? Please let me in.
Please let me in. No. Go away before I call the police.
Oh, but I am the police.
May I help you? I'd like to see Malia Getty, please. I'm sorry, but unless you have an appointment or official business, I cannot announce you.
I do have official business.
I do have official business. Really? Please tell me the nature of your business.
I don't actually remember. Voodoo murders.
Does this do anything for you? No, it does not.
Do anything for you? Wow, creepy. Okay. He doesn't want to
This is the last page of inventory.
Okay, screw it. I think we're just on the wrong time. He doesn't want to show his badge.
My name is Detective Mosley. I'm here on police business.
Oh, he does.
Really? How interesting. Wait here. I'll inform Miss Giddy.
After trying to sell silver polish.
Miss Giddy will see you. Right this way.
Nice.
Miss Giddy will be down shortly.
Ha.
Thank you.
Interesting.
What can I do for you, Detective?
What can't you do for me?
Beautiful women. They must be relatives.
They are.
Modern art?
More or less. It's a Picasso.
Harvard Classic, Homer, Virgil. Eh? Maybe Malia wouldn't be impressed by a signed copy of one of Gabriel's novels. Harvard Classic.
Alright, right. Let's talk to her. This fire is making too much noise.
Mind if I ask you a few questions, Miss Giddy?
I assume that's what you're here for, Detective.
Who? Flirt with her.
Can you tell me anything about what happened out at the lake?
I wish I could, but I've never seen or heard anything unusual at the lake, and I do spend quite a bit of time out there.
Really?
Can you tell me anything about what happened out at the lake?
I wish I could, but I've never...
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? Why would you want to know about that, Detective? It's rather silly, isn't it?
There's nothing silly about the voodoo murders.
But that voodoo is faked. That's what I've read in the papers.
That's what the papers say, all right.
But you're not convinced?
No, frankly, I'm not. The police department isn't known for its imagination.
Oh. Well, I can see that your imagination is considerable.
It is, actually. Tell me about yourself.
Tell me about yourself.
I suppose I don't really have a choice. What do you want to know, Detective?
Tell me about your family.
The Gettys? We're a very private family.
How many people are there in your family?
Well, my mother just passed away.
I am sorry.
So am I. She was a magnificent woman. We were very close. I was an only child.
And your father?
I never knew him.
It's hard to believe that any man would leave a woman like you. Or like your mother must have been.
He did not leave, Detective. But that's really none of your concern.
I'm sorry. Go on.
There are, of course, other Gettys in the city. I have a large, extended family.
I see. What kind of things interest you?
I don't have a lot of free time, but I do appreciate the arts. Opera, symphony, ballet, fine art. If you look around, you'll see that we collect African art, for example.
Yes, it's very beautiful.
It is, Detective. It means a great deal to me.
Yes. This is going swimmingly.
Do you have a career?
A career? Being the head of the Getty family is a 24-hour-a-day job. We have many holdings and many responsibilities, financial and otherwise. The management of our business affairs and properties leaves me with time for little else.
Poor little rich girl?
Believe it or not, Detective, wealth does have its price.
Do you have a husband? A boyfriend?
I'm very independent, Detective. The women in my family have always preferred it that way.
So, you've never been married?
No, and I never will be.
What about children?
Yes, that is likely. Someday.
Interesting.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
I do a lot of charity work around the city, primarily in the prison and reform system. I'm not a professional sociologist, but it does interest me.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
I have a business degree from Vanderbilt. I wanted to study psychology, but my family's interests came first.
Oh? Why not something like law, then? Surely that would have been an asset to the family.
Law? Please, I do have some morals, Detective.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
For the record, I'm 28, Detective.
I wouldn't know where to begin.
As you wish, Detective.
That's enough information. So, flirt with her or ask her about New Orleans. Snakes.
Tell me about your life in New Orleans.
The Getty family came to New Orleans in 1800. We worked very hard to get where we are. On the other hand, we've done a lot for this community.
I can believe that. You're doing a lot for me right now. Tell me more about New Orleans.
I'm afraid I don't get out into New Orleans society much. Because of the Getty money, we have slots in the best country clubs and on the best Mardi Gras courts. But I must admit, I hate it. I avoid actually making an appearance unless it becomes absolutely necessary.
I know about those courts. They're very exclusive.
Yes, especially when it comes to people of my race. That's why we don't turn down the appointments. It's a rare opportunity to rub their noses in it. But that's not where I spend my time. I have more important things to do with my life.
That's admirable. Many women would love the chance to get caught up in that kind of life.
I'm not any kind of woman you might be familiar with.
Yes, I can see that. Tell me more about New Orleans.
I don't know what else you want to hear, Detective. Anything you might care to know about my public life you can easily look up in the papers.
Tell me about snakes.
Do you know anything about snakes?
I'm afraid I quite abhor them.
St. John's Eve.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I believe it's some sort of local holiday, but I don't know much about it.
Sure.
Do you have any idea what Capri Saint-Gare means?
No, I don't. What does it mean, Detective?
That's confidential information, ma'am.
Nice. Okay, flirt with her.
Excuse me, but your eyes are really distracting. I don't think I've ever seen a color quite like that. Brownish gold. It's so deep, rich. Man, if I could bottle that, I'd make a fortune.
Thank you, Detective. That's an interesting observation, though probably not relevant to your case.
A good detective never knows what might be relevant, Miss Getty.
Then you must be truly exceptional at your job. I think this has gone on long enough. You're not really a detective, are you?
Who, me? Well, I am on this case, Miss Getty.
I saw you at the lake yesterday. I thought you must be with the police since you were there, but you don't act like a police officer. Besides, I'm rather certain that the other man said his name was Mosley.
All right, you caught me. I'm not with the police. My name is Gabriel Knight. I'm a writer working with Detective Mosley on a book.
Well, Mr. Knight, now that we've established who you are, perhaps you can tell me the real reason you're here.
Well, I am researching the book, and I thought you might have seen or heard something at the lake.
I don't like liars, Mr. Knight.
Okay, you're right. I really just wanted to see you again. You can be mad at me if you want, but I swear I've never done anything like this before.
Sure.
Mr. Knight, you've lied about your identity and wasted my time with meaningless questions. If it weren't vaguely flattering, I'd really be angry. You're lucky I don't call the real police.
Oh.
I think you should go, Mr. Knight.
Malia, wait. If you just give me a chance.
I've wasted enough time. I'll have Robert show you out.
No.
Robert?
We haven't had time to kiss with tongues yet.
Show Mr. Knight out, please.
No.
I most certainly will.
Thank you very much. I had a lovely time. Ah, shit.
Oh, shit. Alright, so it's the second time we go disguised as a priest, I guess. Well, we can actually head over to the Historical Voodoo Museum.
Welcome, my friend.
Yes.
Hello.
Michael Dorn.
I am the proprietor, Dr. John. If you have any questions, I will be happy to assist.
Great. My name is Knight, and I'll probably take you up on that.
Actually, we'll take you up on that right now. Let's take a look at him first.
Dr. John is a huge man. If his manner weren't so pleasant, he'd be intimidating.
Could I ask you some questions?
That is why I am here.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Historical voodoo? Or the voodoo currently practiced in the city?
Well, let's talk about historical voodoo.
Tell me about historical voodoo.
Very well. I will start at the beginning, Mr. Knight, and will go on from there at your prompting.
Sounds good.
As you may know, voodoo is a grassroots religion formed by the mixing together of many different African tribal religions and Anglo religions, such as Catholicism or Protestantism. In other words, it is a religion born of the African slave trade, but African slaves were imported not only by the United States, but also into the West Indies where the French and Spanish ran plantation islands. Prior to 1803, the New Orleans area was owned by France. The French Creole in those days owned many African slaves. But the Creole did not permit their slaves to gather, giving no chance for voodoo to breed here natively.
The Creole also knew enough about the corrupted pagan practices of the West Indies slaves to ban the importing of slaves from that region.
So, how did voodoo come to New Orleans?
After the Louisiana Purchase, American legislators relaxed regulations. Slaves were permitted to gather. The Americans also removed the ban on West Indies slaves.
Around the same time, a slave revolt occurred in Santo Domingo, what is now Haiti. Between the lifting of the ban and the Haitian revolt, West Indies slaves began pouring into New Orleans.
Some of them were free people of color, freed or escaped slaves. Some came with their white owners who were fleeing from the revolt.
What happened when the West Indies slaves got here?
They brought voodoo with them. The native slaves were more enthusiastic about embracing it. It gave them power, Mr. Knight, if only in the form of a communal bond. Among the first meeting places were the Bayou Saint John and the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. The early voodoos were heavy snake worshippers, worshipping the one they called the Great Zombie.
The Great Zombie.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
By 1817, the voodoo activities were beginning to cause fear among the white slave owners. An ordinance was passed to forbid slave gatherings except in designated public areas at designated times. The time was Sunday afternoons and the place, Congo Square. The slaves and free people of color gathered to dance simulations of their voodoo dances right in sight of Creole society. Of course, they also continued to meet in private for the real thing.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
There were a variety of kings and queens at first, voodoo priests and priestesses. But from about 1830, a single power emerged. This was a voodoo queen named Marie Laveau. Marie Laveau ruled voodoo in New Orleans for many years.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
I've given you as much detail as I can, Mr. Knight. Look around the museum if you desire more information.
What about current voodoo? Come on.
Tell me about current voodoo.
Many people think of voodoo in terms of magic spells or gree-gree. That kind of practice is actually called hoodoo, and is only a part of true voodoo. Voodoo, the religion, has a strong following in New Orleans. In fact, it is growing quite rapidly. There are several voodoo churches or temples in the city, and others all across the United States. African Americans see it as a tradition all their own. Whites, and there are many in their religion, are attracted to it because they think it is exotic. I, personally, am more interested in the history of voodoo. Some of the new movements are copying Haitian or even African voodoo. But it is the voodoo of New Orleans that I find so intriguing.
Tell me more about current voodoo.
There are many voodooians in New Orleans. They often do business selling gree-gree, telling fortunes, providing luck, and occasionally misfortune. Perhaps you would like to meet a voodooian. We refer those who seek a deeper experience with voodoo to a local practitioner, Majencha Moonbeam.
Sure, I'd love to meet her.
Gensha Moonbeam.
She lives on the corner of Orleans and Dauphine. I will call her and tell her you might stop by.
Great, thanks. Tell me more about current voodoo.
You have tapped my resources. My expertise is really historical. Perhaps Ms. Moonbeam can be of further help.
Sure. Talk about hoodoo.
Is there anything else I should know about voodoo?
Not if your interest is primarily in voodoo. Hoodoo is of interest to those who study rural folk traditions, but it will not aid you in understanding true voodoo.
Tell me about yourself.
Me?
Yes, if you don't mind.
What is it you wish to learn?
Well, why did you open a voodoo museum?
Why did you open a voodoo museum?
The subject has fascinated me all my life, and I wanted to help preserve the cultural heritage it represents.
What kind of background in voodoo do you have?
Let us say that I cut my teeth on it, Mr. Knight. It is in my blood.
That's a very interesting answer.
Do you do anything besides run the museum?
No. The museum does not make me a rich man, but my material needs are simple. I prefer to focus on my one true interest in life.
What are your own religious beliefs?
My beliefs are too personal and too complex to discuss with a layman, Mr. Knight.
Just tell me anything.
I am originally from the West Indies myself, you know.
Really? What brought you to New Orleans?
I was drawn here for personal reasons.
Just tell me anything.
I am a vegetarian.
Really? I can't imagine living without meat.
That must be the hunter in you, Mr. Knight.
Just tell me
comments.
anything.
I do not care for small talk, Mr. Knight.
Right. Doesn't
Actually,
care for
I
small
can't think of a
talk.
thing.
Then, let us discuss something else.
Marie Laveau.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
There were actually two Marie Laveaus, mother and daughter. Most people thought they were the same woman. Her continued youth added to the mystique. The original, the mother, was also known as Widow Paris. It was she that began the empire. When the Widow Paris began to practice, there were many voodooans in the city. By 1830, she was voodoo queen of all New Orleans.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
The Widow Paris was a hairdresser for rich Creole ladies. She also paid household servants to spy for her. Between the two, she knew everything about everyone who mattered in New Orleans. She was not above using her information to appear psychic, to intimidate, or even to blackmail.
You sound as though you admire her.
For a black woman in the mid-1800s to gain power is an incredible thing, Mr. Knight, however she achieved it.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
She kept a dead snake, danced with it too. She held traditional voodoo ceremonies out by the lake. She took herself seriously, very seriously. But she was not above selling tickets for her events to curiosity seekers. She was not above using voodoo any way she could to make money. That is for certain. But if she had been in another line of work, in another age, that would have been interpreted as entrepreneurial genius rather than a sign of fraudulence.
Hey, you don't need to convince me. I admire anyone that can actually make a living. Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
It was Marie Laveau who defined the voodoo that is truly and uniquely the voodoo of New Orleans. She invented hundreds, if not thousands of spells, potions, charms, and incantations. These form the basis of the modern practice, not to mention the folk tradition of voodoo.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
Her daughter, Marie Glapion, took over when the widow Paris got old. Most people thought it was the same Marie Laveau. Both Maries encouraged that point of view. The widow Paris died in 1881. Marie Glapion had been reigning a long time by then. After the death of the widow Paris, other voodoo queens surfaced, and by 1890, the cult was fragmented again. Marie Glapion just sort of faded away.
Tell me more.
The Laveau tomb, where one or both of the Maries are believed to be buried, is in St. Louis Cemetery No. 1. It is a popular shrine for practitioners and tourists alike. I myself take tours through the cemetery on a regular basis.
Really? Do you have any running this week?
No, but the cemetery is open to the general public as well.
Yes, I think we've been there though, so...
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
It is one of the important ceremonial nights in voodoo.
What else can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I am afraid I do not know the origins of St. John's Eve. I only know that it was a night of ritual long before voodoo came to New Orleans.
Well, let's talk about the voodoo murders.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
The killings in the newspaper? I know that they have nothing to do with true voodoo in New Orleans.
Go.
What makes you think the voodoo murders aren't being done by local practitioners?
Voodoo is a popular boogeyman, Mr. Knight, especially in New Orleans. Anyone can pretend to use it, just as anyone can pretend to be a black belt in karate, and for the same reason, to intimidate. I know voodoo in this city, Mr. Knight, and believe me, it is not about killing. Even the police have stated that the killings have nothing to do with local voodoo.
Press him.
So you know nothing about the voodoo murders case?
I neither know nor care to know, Mr. Knight. My only possible interest is in how it might affect the public's attitude towards the museum. So far, it has not been an issue. No one has even had the bad taste to bring it up. Until you, that is.
Well, we are Mr. Bad Taste. We bring up the difficult questions. Let's talk about snakes.
Do you know anything about snakes?
You have perhaps noticed the museum's snake, Mr. Knight. They are beautiful creatures, do you not agree? And the tourists seem to associate them with voodoo.
Is the snake yours? Do you use it in your practice of voodoo?
I admire the spirit of this snake, Mr. Knight, but snakes like the museums can be quite dangerous to handle.
You didn't really answer my question.
I think I did, Mr. Knight.
Yes, I think he did too. So, Capri Saint-Con.
Do you have any idea what Capri Saint-Con means?
I fear my French is not all it should be, Mr. Knight.
Really now? Wow. Don't do that. Malia Getty.
Do you know Malia Getty?
Should I?
She referred me to your museum.
Many have read about our museum in the newspapers, Mr. Knight.
That's a good point.
Alright, let's take a look at that snake
This
scale.
is the last page. Gabriel magnifies the scale from the lake. The iridescent scale is brilliantly hued with greens and purples. The iridescent...
Well, I don't think we can compare it.
A very large, very formidable looking snake is secured in a plexiglass cage.
Just let me examine that snake, will you?
The python is quite dangerous. I would stay back if I were you.
Thanks for the advice.
Well, well, well. I think we got what we came for.
I'll be going.
Walk carefully out there, Mr. Knight.
Walk carefully, yes. Moonbeam Residence, let's go there. Gentia Moonbeam, what a name.
Welcome, Seeker. You must be the one Dr. John called me about.
I guess so. My name is...
Wait, Gabriel Knight?
You're too quick for me.
Actually, Dr. John told me. You have come to the right place, Mr. Knight. Tell me how I can help.
Well, first of all, we could probably turn down the music just a little bit.
A large crystal ball is prominently displayed. The Moonbeam residence looks like a cross between a voodoo temple and a Victorian fortune teller's parlor by way of Haight Street. A large, sluggish snake rests on the floor of the fancy bird cage. Apparently, Magenta is not a fastidious housekeeper. A shed skin shares the cage with its original owner. The Moonbeam residence.
Right.
Magenta Moonbeam is wrapped in gauze and silks. She looks vaguely mysterious and mysteriously vague.
Right.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Of course, Seeker.
Oh, yes.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
My practice is mainly selling charms and potions with magic power, such as gree-gree and voodoo oils. You know, everything from unrequited love to wandering spouses to winning a lawsuit. But my spells and charms are powerful, and they work.
Sure.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Much of a voodoo yen's work is protecting her clients from the spell of others. I make special protective gree-gree to be worn in secret. They keep evil spells from working against my clients.
Gabriel could use some of those protective spells.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
The recipes for voodoo charms have been handed down from master to apprentice for centuries.
But the voodoo murders, no.
What can you tell me
Presser.
about voodoo?
I have told you all it is proper for you to know, Monsieur Knight.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Why, that has nothing to do with me and my clientele. But I can tell you that you should stay as far from it as possible. There is badness there. Very bad.
Bad, okay. Very bad. I want to bust her for the voodoo murders. That would be nice. Another hippie in jail.
So you don't think the voodoo aspects of the case are fake?
Fake? Let me tell you about fake.
If I get information through the grapevine and make use of it, is that fake? No, that is part of a voodoo yen's power. If people don't believe, there is not much I can do. But if they do believe, that is a part of my power too. But there are things, monsieur, things not even a little bit fake, I can tell you. Believe it or not, but stay away from it.
What do you mean? Do you know something about the case?
I work hard on fine-tuning my spiritual antenna, Monsieur Knight, and I get a clear signal from that direction. Beware.
Spiritual antenna, you heard it here, folks.
What do you mean? Do you know something about the case?
I work hard.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
New Orleans is the center of voodoo practice in the United States.
Talk about snakes.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? You mean like my beloved Grimwald? She's a python, you know. Quite deadly in the wrong hands. I was trained by one of the great voodoo queens to learn how to hypnotize and handle snakes.
Tell me more about snakes.
Oh, I wouldn't want to give away my trade secrets.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve? It is the greatest night of the voodoo year. There is always a traditional conclave on St. John's Eve. Most of our voodoo churches these days hold functions in the church hall. But in the old days, they had ceremonies out in the wild, and they wore animal masks and had a huge bonfire and dancing. I used to go when I was an apprentice. Sometimes in the swamp, you know. Bayou St. John. Sometimes at the lake, Lake Pontchartrain.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
Special ceremonies are performed, and the Loa come to ride the faithful.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
There is no night more powerful to voodoo magic.
Do you have any idea what Gabriel Knight means?
No. No, I don't.
Oh, sensitive, huh? Go on.
Do you have any idea what Gabriel Knight means?
No.
It's
No,
French,
I don't.
You can just look it up.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Oh, yes. She was the first of the great voodoo queens.
Animal masks.
Tell me about the animal masks.
I saw them used once or twice when I was younger, but you don't see them much anymore. They are too close.
Too close to what?
Just bad karma.
Interesting.
Tell me about the animal masks.
I don't know what else to say about that.
Too close to bad karma.
Tell me about yourself.
Yes? What would you like to hear?
How'd you get into this business?
I trained in the voodoo arts for many years with the great Queen Tabitha.
Really? Who's she?
You have never heard of her? For shame! I can see you know little of the world of magic.
I'm beginning to get that impression, yes. What kind of people come to see you?
Seekers after the truth, such as yourself.
Do you do anything else?
I am a voodoo yen. That is plenty. It takes much spiritual effort.
Much spiritual effort. I'll remember that line to tell other people. Well, I'm a voodoo yen. It takes much spiritual effort.
How many voodoo yens are there?
No one knows exactly. Many practice in secret. There are probably hundreds. But of course the level and the power of the voodoo yens differ greatly, depending on their training and natural gifts.
Tell me anything at all.
I haven't always lived in New Orleans. I came here from Kansas as a young woman.
Came from Kansas. Alright.
Tell me anything at all.
I began studying voodoo more than 20 years ago. I am well versed in the magical art.
Fine.
I can't think of anything.
Very well.
Let's talk about green.
Give me an example of a gris-gris.
All right. Here's an old one. Take a lodestone and some brimstone to a crossroads at midnight. Light the brimstone with a match, and a spirit will come and give you advice in gambling.
Don't do it, Spirit says.
Give me an example of a gris-gris.
Here's an old hoodoo Dr. Gree-Gree. Place a dime under your client's tongue, and if the client is under a spell of any kind, the dime will turn black.
Give me an example of a gris-gris.
To send someone away, take a rotten egg and write that person's
Throw it.
name on it 9 times. You can also write on it where you want to send that person to. Take it and throw it against his door at midnight.
He will read what you've written on the eggshell and think you're crazy, and then will go away.
Give me an example of a gris-gris.
Seems to work.
Here's a nasty one. To kill someone, get a sock or a shoe that belongs to that person. Put graveyard dirt in it and bury it under their front steps.
Does that work?
I don't know. I never tried it.
You sound excited, lady.
Give me an example of a gris-gris.
To ensure the safety of your child, cut a lock of its hair while it is still a baby and keep it with you. The child must have all its hair before it can die.
These are interesting.
They're very old. The gree-gree that I prepare is much more powerful, I can assure you, but I don't give out those secrets.
Give me an example of a gris-gris.
All right.
Grimwald.
About Grimwald.
What about her?
Where did you get Grimwald?
Where'd you get Grimwald?
She belonged to a traveling reptile show. She was being terribly mistreated, so I offered to buy her. She's named after a spirit guide I had once. The spirit Grimwald was a very powerful female snake priestess in Egyptian times.
Grimwald doesn't sound Egyptian.
I only know what the spirits tell me. Monsieur, I am sure they know better than we.
Sure. Egyptian snake spirit Grimwald.
How'd you learn to handle Grimwald?
I told you a great voodoo queen taught me.
In a bar in
She
Kansas.
learned from Marie Laveau herself.
Oh, fascinating.
How about give me one of Grimwald's scales?
Would you consider giving me one of Grimwald's scales?
No, I couldn't do that. You might do some gree-gree of your own, no? One must be very careful with such things. Hair clippings, nail parings, and snake scales.
Really? Well, show me how you handle Grimwald.
How about showing me how you handle Grimwald?
Take it.
Really? You would like to see me dance, perhaps?
Yes.
That would be swell.
Swell.
I won't make you wait, Monsieur Knight.
Just like you did in Kansas, darling.
No matter what you see, do not be frightened.
I'll give it my best shot.
Getting to be a little bit frightened now, actually. Take the snake scale, she's busy. Nice.
Gabriel grabs the shed snake skin while Magenta is otherwise occupied.
Well done.
truly inspiring, isn't it?
That's certainly one word for it.
Truly inspiring. So, can we use this?
It's not that easy to get a message from the crystal ball.
No thanks. My dreams are bad enough. Could I ask you a few more questions?
Certainly.
Certainly. Nah. Maybe not.
Dr. John tells me you're a voodoo practitioner of some kind.
Yes, I am a voodooienne, a voodoo priestess. Please remain seated within the protective circle. There are spiritual currents in this room that I can't always control.
Thanks for the warning.
I think it's time for us to get the hell out of here. Actually, let's examine the snakeskin first.
Gabriel magnifies the shed skin from Magentia, Moonbeam's snake. The snake scales are hued brown. They don't match the scale from Lake Pontchartrain.
We didn't exactly think it would, did it? Oh yeah, we can show her this.
Do these symbols mean anything to you?
Ah, the voodoo code. It is very secret, yes. I studied it with my mentor, the great Queen Tabitha.
Really? Great. Can you tell me what it says?
Let's see. Well, some of it is nonsense, I'm afraid. Whoever wrote this wasn't very good.
That's all right. Just tell me what it says.
It starts with a D and a J, and then... Okay, this part makes sense. It says, conclave tonight, bring... then there's more nonsense. F-W-E-T-K-A-S-H. Well, that last bit might mean cash. Fresh cash? It doesn't make much sense.
That's okay, thanks. DJ Conclave. K-A-S-H. It's a start.
I'm happy I could help.
I'm also glad you could help. Let's
Does this mean anything to you?
These are magic symbols. Deep magic.
Really? Have you seen them before?
No.
Then how do you know they're magic symbols?
Seeker, my eyes are unveiled to see truly that which is in front of me.
Uh-huh. Thanks. Tons.
deep magic. Great.
Could you look at this and tell me if you recognize anything about it?
Oh my god.
That's from those voodoo murders, isn't it? That has nothing to do with me.
This is just the same pattern.
Does this mean anything to you?
These are magic symbols.
Really?
No.
Then
Seeker?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Alright. Think that's it? I don't know.
Could I ask you if...
Certain.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll be gone now.
Thanks.
The only vice is the absence of love.
I've heard that. Bye now.
Bye now. He'll be back later. Okay. Dixieland drugstore. Why would we go there? I don't know.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Bonjour, Monsieur Walker.
Oh, bienvenue, Madame Casanova. Comment ça va? How you be feeling today?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Walker, I'm certain someone's buried a slip-knot bag somewhere near my steps. I haven't slept a wink in weeks.
Oh, don't that beat all? Well, you're gonna need some easy night candles then.
Do you think that would help? I do hope you're right. I said 3 rosaries this morning for Our Lady's intervention.
Rosaries are good, sure enough. But you burn those candles too and you're gonna whip any old no-sleep gree-gree, I tell you for sure.
Very well, Mr. Walker. Put them on my account and send them round to my house. Oh, and there's another thing. I didn't catch her at it, but I know Mrs. Lefebvre put stomachache powder in my tea at the last meeting of the Creole Grand Dames. Oh, I've been in misery.
You put 9 pinheads up in a little box, add a pinch of graveyard dust, and put it under her front porch step. That'll turn the trick back on Mrs. Lefebvre, and she'll be the one with the bellyache. I have the pins and the dust right here if you want them.
If the Blessed Virgin will grant me her protection, I'll be safe from these practitioners of evil.
Oui, madame. Though it don't hurt to be proactive none either, now does it?
Naturellement, monsieur. Merci beaucoup.
Mais non, madame. It is nothing. Au revoir.
Au revoir, Monsieur Walker.
Now I remember. It's actually... we dress up as a priest to get to her. Right. Interesting.
Can I ask you just a few more questions?
Whatever, man.
Marie Laveau?
Have you ever heard of Marie Laveau?
Marie? She's somebody from the old days. One of those folk tales. Oh, the tourists eat it up, non?
Let's talk about animal masks.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Like the ones in the voodoo rituals they do for the tourists?
Right.
I used to sell a few as souvenirs. The only one left is Willie Jr. over there. The old crocodile. Well, he's sort of a mascot now, him.
Willie Jr.
About Willie Jr., would you be willing to let him go?
Maybe. For $100.
$100? You've got to be kidding.
Me and Willie Jr. very close now. I could part with him for less.
Uh-huh.
That customer of yours, the little old lady?
Customer?
The woman I saw in here. Madame Casanova, you called her.
I don't talk about my customers to men who come in off the street.
Come on.
It's important that I talk to Madame Casanova. You see, I'm doing some research and...
I can't tell you anything about her.
Let's talk about Willie Jr.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Oh.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Don't insult me, monsieur. The price is $100.
That's not gonna happen, is it? What do we have? We have,
This is the last page. The $20 gift certificate
A
for
$20
St.
gift
George's
certificate.
looks pitifully new and unused.
Does this mean anything to you?
I don't know anything about that at all.
Didn't even understand what it would be for.
The poster reads, "Power will be yours when you use Papa Legba's power drawing incense and Master Power Oil."
Master Power Oil. Beefcake. Napoleon House. I don't remember what happens at Napoleon House. Let's head over there and check it out, but... Oh yeah, wait, there's a gambler here. Of course.
A man in a loud tie stares morosely at a chessboard. A sharp-eyed gentleman in a grey sports coat hunches over a chessboard, chuckling to himself. That tabletop has an inlaid chessboard.
Let's talk to the barkeep.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Sure. I'm not too busy at the moment.
That's a gentleman.
Tell me about yourself.
A good bartender listens to other people's life stories without telling his own.
Right.
What can you tell me about your regulars in here?
This crowd, the ones you see, are mostly regulars. That guy and girl in the corner come here a lot. When they're not fighting, they're all over each other. In other words, they're in love.
Audio bugs.
What can you tell me about your regulars in here?
See those old guys at the chess table? That's Sam and Marcus. They played every day for 20 years. Sam, the one with the purple jacket, he's lost every one of those games. It's not that he's a bad player. I've seen him beat guys twice as good as Marcus. But Marcus has Sam so psyched out, he loses his nerve every time.
Tell me about the street musicians around here.
I like music as much as the next guy, but they get pretty monotonous sometimes, you know? Like that drummer right outside. They say there's been a drummer outside Napoleon House since the day it opened. I like drums, but this character really gets on my nerves. It sounds like the same thing over and over. I just want to say, enough already.
Sounds like my life. What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Greatest city in the world. I'd never want to live anywhere else.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
All I know is it's some kind of voodoo holiday.
Well, since you brought it up.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? I don't believe in it myself. I invented a drink once called Laveau's Tomb, but it wasn't very popular. Some people do believe, though. Even some of our regulars here at Napoleon House. That guy Sam, the chess player, oh, he's really into voodoo. He's always talking about spells and gree-gree and stuff.
Really? Great, thanks. So what has Sam told you about voodoo?
Well, about 50 years ago, Sam was too shy to talk to this pretty girl he was in love with. He went to a voodooine and had her make him a love charm. It was a little pouch that he had to bury under the girl's front porch. Well, he buried the pouch, and the next day, he went up and talked to the girl, and sure enough, she didn't reject him. Now she's his wife. Poor guy.
Poor guy. Yeah.
Excuse me. I hate to interrupt your game, but could I ask you a few questions?
What game? This isn't a game. It's a slaughter.
He's right, you know, so let me die in peace, would you?
Nothing like a good game of chess, huh?
Yeah, well, this isn't a good game. This is torture.
Oh well, have fun. So, having a good game?
I'm concentrating.
Fine, all right. Sorry to bother you, but could I ask you a few questions?
I'm not the chatty type, am I, Sam?
No, you old bastard, you're not.
Besides, I'm busy sucking poor old Sam dry. Go bug someone else.
Ah, you're a real sweetheart, Marcus, you bastard.
Come on.
Are you sure I can't bother you?
Mister, please, I'm trying to turn this game around.
Alright, we have to...
Yeah, right. Got a crowbar?
Shut up, you bastard.
You bastard. Ugh.
Can I ask you some questions?
I'm trying to be with my lady here, pal.
Pal? Right.
Far be it from me to stand in the way of romance.
Maybe we have to go fix that Gree.
Can I ask you some questions?
I'm here to relax, friend. Buzz off.
Buzz off. Not very nice. Not a very nice thing to say at all. Let's go to the Dixieline drugstore and see if we can get one of those gambling... Wait.
Hi.
The signs say, Special Saint Jean Eve, Lagnappe, free bottle of lover come back to me oil, or master gambling oil, with every purchase over $50.
Yeah, but I don't have enough money to buy that shit. I don't remember how we got that money. Let's check with Dr. John, see if he recognizes
Dr.
these magical
Glad you could return to us,
symbols.
Mr. Knight.
Sure you are. Show you some magical symbols. Ooh, walking very slowly.
Do these marks look familiar?
Oh.
They look like the scribbling of a child to me.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
This is the last page of
Could you look at this and tell me if you recognize anything about the ritual?
This is truly offensive. This is from one of those recent killings, is it not?
Well, actually...
But the police already know that this so-called voodoo ritual is fake. Voodoo is a respectable religion. This kind of thing has nothing to do with voodoo in this city.
Fine. Let's say that's true. Are you sure there's nothing about the items in this photo?
There is nothing about this sickness that I would identify as voodoo. Nothing.
Thanks for looking then.
Time to rub that stump.
Even if that were for sale.
I wish Malia-Getty was permanently grafted to my thighs.
Nice. And with that, we leave the store.
I'll be going.
Come back again.
Yes. Don't have an accident now. think actually what we have to do is go and get that lady's address.
Lucy, I'm home.
The excitement of seeing you is
Snarfu.
killing me.
Oh man. Afternoon.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Playing some Christmas nostalgia games. Messages?
Do you have messages for me?
Nope. None right now.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
Madame... Bleh.
I need you to look up a Madame Cazeneuve.
Madame Cazeneuve? Is she related to the murders the same way your friend Malia Getty was?
Oops.
Grace, Cazeneuve's at least 70.
As if that makes a difference to you. Okay, I'll see what I can find. Anything else?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Okay. What do you know about animal masks?
Do you know anything about animal masks?
I'd really rather not hear about your sex life, Knight.
Whoop. Cool, Snarfu. Man, we don't have any money. Don't have any money.
I've got some things I need to do.
Good luck.
Good luck doing them. I don't think there's anything at the tomb. I don't know. I think it's a bit too early to start translating this stuff.
It's Gabriel's sketch of the series of crosses from the Laveau tomb wall, with Magenta Moonbeam's translation penciled in.
DJ Conclave tonight. Bring Wetkash.
Gabriel gazes at the translation of the code that Moonbeam gave him, pondering who wrote it and for whom it was meant.
Well, DJ is a pretty dead giveaway. Steal some cash, yeah.
Gabriel cannot put his sketch back on the wall.
I don't want to put it back on the wall. Stupid. Maybe you can rob a tomb.
A statue of a small child clings to a cross atop the right tomb.
That's freaking creepy. No. No. Don't quite remember what to do, but we'll see. Sometimes you just have to go around between locations until you find the right location. I think we can give mostly back his badge now, I think. Hey!
Hey, bud.
You!
Last time I looked.
Give me my badge right now.
Oh, is that why you're so excited? If you knew what I needed it for.
I'm sure it was to impress a woman. You could have asked. Do you know how embarrassing it is to admit your badge was stolen? I had a photo with the chief, and he wanted me wearing it.
Whoops.
I should lock you up, Knight.
I suppose you could. Seems to me, though, there was that time you borrowed my bike without mentioning it. Right from in front of my shop.
Don't remind me. Just don't do it again. Whew. It's hot in here. Dang, the air conditioning must be on the blink.
Yeah, I didn't turn back the air conditioning. Oh, it's awesome. It's gonna
Are
take
you
off.
hot? Man, I'm hot.
You can steal it again now if you want to.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
Right. Insult.
Have you ever called the hair club?
Oh, that's the
I'd rather
same insult we did last time. Come on. Don't you have anything new?
So how'd you ever find anything in this office? It looks like ground zero.
Ooh.
Hey, I get my job done. I'm a detective, not Betty Crocker.
This was 1993. You should probably not throw around ground zero. Casual.
Trying for a real estate job with that coat?
No. Are you trying out for a janitorial job with that hair?
Ooh. I think he's better at making comebacks than we are at insulting him, actually. Let's ask about those animal masks.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Animal masks? You mean like those Halloween masks they sometimes use in robberies?
No.
I don't think so. More like real animals.
Never ran across anything like that.
What's the status on the Voodoo Murders case?
You're as filled in as me.
Crap. That was useless.
I'm gonna hit the road.
Have a good one.
The pharmacist was actually the guy who unintentionally dropped Cabrit Sankar, and then he refused to acknowledge that it was him that said it, so yeah. I already know what it means, but hey. Crime scene, no. Grandmother Knight's house.
My precious boy, how wonderful of you to stop by.
Indeed it is.
Can't stay away from you, Gran.
Make yourself at home, son.
I'm going up the attic again.
Enjoy yourself, dear.
Enjoy yourself in the attic. I will. This freaking clock. I don't remember. I don't think I'm supposed to open it now. I sure as hell don't remember. Combination.
The face of the clock doesn't... Gabriel doesn't... It's the hour hand.
I know it's the hour hand. Come on.
Gabriel
Daft.
The hands do not appear to have...
Here we go. I don't remember. 3 o'clock.
Nothing happens.
Sword and a dragon, come on. Wait. Oh. Ah, screw it. Maybe we can pawn some of Grandma Knight's stuff. We need to buy a crocodile mask.
Well, Gran, I better get going.
All right, dear.
Alright, dear. Oh, wait, now I remember. Let's go to the park. I'm pretty sure we can... go to the park, Jackson Square. Pretty sure we can use our coupon, I remember.
People seem to be enjoying the park, despite the lack of sunshine.
Always have to go and look for new stuff on all the screens, every day. Let's see, here we go.
The lucky dog vendor has his nose buried in a paperback novel. Gabriel noticed that it is not. Big surprise. One of his. A small boy is tap dancing enthusiastically for a lucky dog vendor. The vendor ignores him.
Probably also ignore somebody who was tap dancing for me, like to get my attention.
You dance pretty well for a kid.
Give me some money, then.
I don't know.
I don't have any.
Don't block the view, mister.
Could I get a lucky dog, please?
Not now, I'm busy.
An unambitious person? In the 90s? Amazing.
In the 90s, not ambitious in the 90s. Well, you like books.
I have this gift certificate.
I'm busy.
It's good for $20 at St. George's Books, finest bookstore in New Orleans.
Really? I'll have to check it out sometime.
You could take this gift certificate with you, if you'll give me a lucky dog.
A lucky dog for a $20 gift certificate? Sure, here you go.
Now I don't quite remember what we needed the kid for. Oh wait, actually I do remember. Something on some other screen.
A bronze statue of Andrew Jackson marks the center of Jackson Square. An artist is taking advantage of the fine weather.
Nice drawing of the cathedral.
Thanks.
It's really precise.
Well, I'm an architectural student, actually. It's good practice.
Oh yeah.
Say, do you think there's anything you can do with these patterns?
I'm kind of busy, and I don't normally do requests.
Oh, okay.
How about the lucky dog? Do you do requests if you get a lucky dog? How did we convince this dude to do that? Reconstruction. Only I had that book certificate. Coupon. I'm a priest. Oh wait, now I remember.
An artist is taking advantage of the fine weather.
Those drawing tools are amazing.
Yeah, they're great for laying lines, angles, circles, anything geometric. It's pretty meticulous, but I prefer it to freehand.
Yep. Oh wait, now I remember. This is one of those things, I don't know how you're supposed to figure this out. Well, you figure it out eventually by going to all, like visiting all the screens. I'm just glad I did it before when I was like 15 or something. No! Crap. Jackson Square. Now I remember. Go to the Overlook. And we'll see. So I thought, at least. No. Oh. Oh. Maybe it's not the right day, I don't know. No, sure it is. Damn, I thought I remembered it. Guess not. Let's give him the lucky dog.
This is the...
You wouldn't like a lucky dog by any chance.
Would I? Thanks, mister. You got any special requests, let me know.
You mentioned something about special requests.
Yeah, you got one?
Can you do the Nutcracker Suite in D minor?
Can you do the Nutcracker Suite in D minor?
Say what?
Say what?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, man.
Can't think of anything at the moment.
Okay, then.
Okay, then. Oh, there we go.
Hey, come back here. Hey!
Yes.
Oh, unbelievable. Rotten luck.
There's her drawing caught up against the hedges.
Sweet. So we have to give him the lucky dog first. To trigger that, huh?
You mentioned something about special requests.
Yeah, you got one?
Can you fit through the bars around the statue?
Can you fit through the bars around the statue?
Can I? Just watch me.
Good. There's something in there I can't quite reach. Come on.
Didn't even try to reach it, but I know I can't.
Can you reach that piece of paper?
Sure thing. Here you go. Yep. See ya.
See ya. Nice. Nice. Okay. That should do it.
An artist is taking advantage of the fine weather.
It wasn't that fine weather. I had a gust of wind there.
It's a technical drawing of Saint Louis Cathedral.
This belongs to you, doesn't it?
My drawing? How'd you get it?
Oh, it was a bit of a squeeze, but I hate to see you lose your work. I lost my only copy of a manuscript once.
Well, you saved my butt. Let me know if I can ever do the same for you, huh?
Well, speaking of butts...
Say, do you think there's anything you can do with these patterns?
What do you need?
Is there any way you can reconstruct the whole pattern from these partials?
Pattern is probably circular, and there's some repetition in the elements. What is this from, anyway?
You'd never believe me.
Okie dokie. Well, there's... I think there's an area missing. If you could get me any more of these...
I'll see what I can do. I have another one of those patterns.
Really? Let's see. Yeah, this is great. I think there's enough overlap now. I'll give it my best shot. I'll show you what I come up with tomorrow.
Great. I appreciate it.
Sweet. Push him.
Why do that with the juggler?
Why do that with the juggler? Because it's hilarious.
The juggler is busy.
Okay.
It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
Alright, that might be a good place to leave off for today. Maybe. Day 3. More snakes. Day 3. Drawn to Bacchus' abode, I sought there to conspire, but it was in the city of the dead that I found my heart's desire. That city of the dead, gotta love it. Grace has the timing down with that paperboy. She knows exactly when to get to work.
I'm so glad you could join us today. I've got messages when you want them. I also checked out Kazanu. There are multiple listings in the white pages. I got the page, but you'll have to figure out the right one.
Great, thanks.
Great. Oh, grab that coffee. But yeah, I think
Now,
that's...
are you gonna tell me what happened yesterday with Malia Getty, or is it just too embarrassing? Don't tell me you actually got to see her.
Are the stars out tonight?
Gabriel, you don't seriously think she's interested? She can have any man in the city. You know, men with bank accounts.
You underestimate the Knight family's tragic poet samurai appeal. When Daddy married Mom, she was the hottest catch in town.
I always suspected there was something fishy in your family tree. But seriously, I think you should be careful.
Grace.
I'm serious. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach about this.
It's called jealousy, my dear. And you're right. You should be jealous of Malia Getty, as should every woman on this planet.
Oh, never mind. I'll just fix these books. Your life is in your own slippery little hands.
The point is to get it into somebody else's hands. And soon.
Hey, kids.
Oh,
Huh?
damn. They just keep on
Bruno.
coming.
Gabe, pet. I just popped in to see if you're desperate enough to sell me that painting.
You know, we need $100. Let's try it again. We need money, for fuck's sake.
How much would you give me for it, Bruno?
Gabriel, don't you dare sell your father's painting.
Stay out of this, Grace.
Stay out of this, Grace.
Ooh, you're serious? You'll let me have it?
Yeah, I'll let you have it, all right. How much for the painting?
Well, I could give you 100. That's all I can let go at the moment, you know. My affairs are so tied up.
Gabriel, $100 for your father's painting?
Grace, let me deal with this.
Fine, it's yours. $100. I can buy a crocodile mask and get some snake oil for that.
Fine, it's yours.
Gabriel!
Here's the 100.
You better take good care of this, Bruno. This is not just another of your hip art pieces, you know.
Really? Well, I fully intend to make the most of its display, though not for your sake, I'm sure. At least in my shop, there'll be a chance of someone actually seeing it. I can't believe I actually got it. Just wait until I show Sid.
Oh, Sid. Oh, now our bookstore looks boring.
I don't believe you!
It's just a painting, Grace. There are things I have to do.
I need a crocodile mask for my orgy and, well... Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You know what? New day in the game. Decent place to leave off for today, I think. So we're gonna call it a day here. Oh, except I can't save. Really? Interesting. Why not? That icon is currently not available, I noticed. Okay. Why not? Maybe because we haven't done anything. No progress to save, maybe.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Animal mask.
Are you sure you don't know anything about animal masks?
I don't. Honest.
Are you sure? Oh, come on, game, let me save. Won't let me quit here. Alright, fine.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Messages.
Do you have messages for me?
Your pal Mosley called. He left a message that they're interrogating a suspect this morning and you might want to be there.
Sounds fun.
Mm-hmm. I bet.
You can never leave. Alright.
Do you have more messages for me?
That man from Germany called again, Wolfgang Ritter. Now he's claiming to be a relative of yours. I took down his number. If you change your mind and want to give him a call back, just ask me for it.
Can I get that phone number for Wolfgang Ritter?
Sure, I'll give it to you when we're done talking.
Do you have more messages for me?
I've given everything to you.
I've given everything.
Could
No,
you do some
haven't,
research
Grace.
for me?
Sure, what?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Damn it.
Are you sure you don't know anything about animal masks?
I don't. Honest.
Alright.
Here's that phone number.
Thanks.
Thanks. Jesus Christ, game. What the hell do I have to do? What do I have to do to save? Phone number, let's see.
Somewhere there's a New Orleans phone book missing one of its C pages.
Alright. Casino 555 1270 1270 1220 1280. Okay. Let's check that out.
Hello.
Hi, is this the Kazanu residence?
Yes. What can I do for you?
Do you or does anyone in your family patronize the Dixieland drugstore?
I'm a busy man. What are you selling?
Nothing.
Good. Goodbye.
Wrong number.
Hello, Casanu residence?
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me.
Yeah?
A woman in the Dixieland drugstore dropped her purse today, and the name Kazanu was inside it.
Dixieland drugstore? Never heard of it. Sorry.
So what was the other number? 1280.
Hello?
Hello? I'm calling from the Dixieland drugstore. We have an order for you.
Castro, be quiet. Who is this?
I'm a friend of the owner.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that was it. Right.
Somewhere
1280. Four 90932 4 3 fours. Never gonna remember that. See?
Allô? Qui est là?
Gabriel?
Gabriel? Je sais pas. Qu'est-ce?
Wrong number. Trompé. En erreur, whatever.
Quel idiote.
Well, fuck you. Alright, we can save it. I'm gonna finish this. 4909324.
Hello?
Oh, it's the same guy. What the fuck?
Gabriel?
Gabriel.
Okay, what the fuck did I do wrong?
The number written on the note is 4909 324 3333.
Tree. 490 4909 324.
I'm not calling some stranger in Germany. I still don't know who this guy really is.
Right, you're right, Gabriel. Be stingent with the money. Alright, now I can save. At least we found out where the lady and the dog lives. And day 3, I think. Oh. So yeah, that should be it. Should be it for us, actually. Whoa. So, thanks for coming out for some Christmas nostalgia stream today. We're gonna be continuing with Gabriel Knight, and then we'll see what other game I'm going to choose to play. I have a few oldies lined up here, so... But I'm probably gonna be playing mostly, like, old nostalgia games until New Year's, and, yep. Then we're gonna decide what kind of series and what big projects we'll have for next year. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to pick up a capture card yet. I missed out on 2 really good auctions just because of my own incompetence and lack of, I don't know. I wasn't vigilant. I missed them. But I'm sure I'll get a good card. One of these days I'm gonna find a good deal on a capture card. So, have a great day, guys. See you tomorrow for the continuation. So this is James Games signing out for today. Have a good one.